This meeting is now called to order. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Here.
Mrs. Cons?
Here.
Mr. LaValle?
Here.
Mr. Salt?
Here.
Mr. Temby?
Here.
The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mr. Salt. Ms. Mattson, are there any updates to the agenda?
There were updates to the agenda and the board was notified of these.
Members of the board, are there any items you wish to move from the consent agenda? Are there any items to be added to the agenda? May we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye.
Mr. Temby?
Aye.
All right, board quote, Mrs. Cloninger.
I will be on the mic. Today, I chose a quote from Marian Wright Edelman, who is the founder and president emerita of the Children's Defense Fund. Education is for improving the lives of others and for leaving your community and world better than you found it. And in this week that we have been celebrating our educators this previous week, I just wanted to say thank you to all of our educators, whatever position they take in the building, out of the building, but are working with our kids. I'm so grateful. I went to a senior awards with Miss Cons at Rampart the other day, and one of the teachers was giving out a senior award, and it was nearly in tears just giving the award to the student. And that's the kind of teachers that we have here in D20. So I just wanted to say thank you.
All right, next one is introduction of new administrators. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, Mr. Smart, please.
Okay, I don't know. Is it on? Can you hear me? All right. Well, you know, I like to start off that way. Thanks for being here tonight. I am pleased this evening to introduce two individuals for administrative positions. And I, again, appreciate being able to do this before public comments. Each of the candidates meets all state licensing requirements and school district prerequisites. Each candidate also completed our rigorous process for achieving this recommendation, including applicant screening, pre-screening interviews, preliminary interviews, final interviews, professional reference checks, and site visits as necessitated. We are delighted that many applicants showed interest in these positions, and I want to thank the many support staff, parents, students, and administrators who took the time from other obligations to participate throughout the various parts of this interview process. All right. So my first one tonight, I'm pleased tonight to introduce Megan Sanders, who is being recommended. Oh, that sounds better. I sound like I'm at a game or something here. All right. As the Rampart High School principal, Megan is joined this evening by her husband, Jason, her daughters, Charlie and Brooke, twins, and her mom, Lori, and her mother-in-law, Lori. Makes it very convenient. Both named Lori. Appreciate that. Megan holds a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics from the University of California in Long Beach and a Master of Arts in Educational Leadership from the University of Colorado in Colorado Springs. So she likes to do the beach and the mountains. We got it covered. And Megan started her educational career in Torrance, California as a high school math teacher. Upon moving to Colorado Springs, she taught math at Rampart High School for 6 years. She then served as instructional coach and then assistant principal at Skyview Middle School in Falcon District, School District 49. Megan currently serves as the assistant principal at Rampart High School. We are pleased to present Megan to you tonight for the position of principal at Rampart High School. Megan, is there anything you'd like to say?
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. I just want to say thank you to the Board of Education. Thank you to Mr. Gregory. Thank you to Mr. Jim Smith. I don't know where you are. for your time with me, for empowering me in this position and giving me the opportunity to lead an already incredible school that I have hold dear in my heart, along with the support of my wonderful family. So thank you. And I look forward to hopefully many, many more years to come serving this community and this school district. Thank you so much.
All right, my second one. I'm pleased to introduce Becky Harris, who is being recommended as the Director for Special Education Instruction. Becky is joined this evening by her husband, Tom, who's a PE teacher at Chinook Trail Elementary School. Becky holds a Bachelor of Arts in English and Secondary Education from Colorado State University in Pueblo, a Master's of Arts in Teaching from Colorado College in Colorado Springs, and a Doctor of Education in K-12 Leadership from Jones International University of Centennial, Colorado. I think she's trying to hit all the universities in Colorado. Becky began her educational career in Widefield School District 3. She taught English at Widefield High School and then served as Student Achievement Support Specialist before serving as Talbot Elementary School's Assistant Principal for 2 years. Becky served 5 years as the Principal and Special Education Administrator at Benatucci Elementary School before serving in District 20. For the past 4 years, Becky has served as Principal and Special Education Administrator at Prairie Hills Elementary School. We are pleased to present Becky to you tonight for the position of Director of Special Education Instruction. Becky, is there anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Mr. Smart. I'd like to thank the board and Mr. Gregory this evening. A big thank you to the Special Education Department, Dr. Lujan Lindsay. Thank you to the Learning Services team and Dr. Field. I'm really excited for this opportunity. Prairie Hills will always have a special place in my heart, but I know that they are a healthy organization right now, and they're going to move forward and do great things. And so I'm just excited for my next step and to serve the Special Education Department and continue in the community. And I do want to say thank you to my husband, who is here with me, because he is always my greatest support. So thank you.
Okay, that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you. And they are not officially in place until we vote on consent agenda, which is after the break. I'll just say I'm cautiously optimistic that all will go well. And what we will do is we're going to take a break now. You are welcome to stay, but you certainly do not need to stay. That's partly why we do that. If those of you wish to leave, it's okay. So we are going to take I'm going to call it a 7-minute break.
doesn't sound familiar, so I'm gonna have to go look tomorrow to see if I can find anything. Be interesting.
Oh, good. Why are you
I
lucky?
should have stolen it, didn't
Why are you lucky?
I would have said, Tanya did it, and see what she did to Tanya.
Tanya doesn't. Come on. Come on, man.
I don't know what's wrong with her. Something's wrong with her.
Okay, good. All right, this testing. Okay, we're coming back to order. We're going to wait. Testing. Mark, I'm not on. Testing. Okay, great. Ms. Cortez, how many people do we have signed up to speak to the board this evening?
This evening, we have 27 individuals signed up.
You know what? I'm going to wait just a moment for folks to come in because I know there was some people waiting out in the hallway. So now we've got some openings. Here's my list. All right. The board welcomes public comments. In the interest of respecting time for all who are present, speakers must have signed up to address the board prior to 4 p.m. today, and they must limit their remarks to 3 minutes or less. We also ask speakers to address the board and not others in the room. All speakers will be notified of the remaining time via the mounted monitors behind the dais. When the time has ended, the microphone will turn off. Supplemental written materials may be given to the security guards who are seated in the hallway outside of the boardroom and standing here as well. And they will be delivered to the board secretary. Profanity or any disrespectful behavior will not be tolerated. We greatly value all comments from the public. However, the board will not respond this evening. And I will just add a little note. You are going to be on TV. I don't believe it's coming up here. Mr. Sacaliti, correct me if I say something wrong, but I'm seeing it here, and we actually have an upgraded audio system. We no longer have the sign interpreters. We're getting closed captioning. And you will be on, you'll actually be able to see, you will, like if you watch the video, or people who are watching remotely will be able to see you. So without further ado, public comments.
So for those who are following along on the list, know we had to move a few folks around because 'tis the season of student events. And so some folks need to go see their kids get some awards. So our first speaker is actually Emily Vaughn.
Can you hear me now? Okay, my name is Emily Vaughn. I'm a parent in the district, but I'm going to be speaking on behalf of a former D20 special ed teacher. Speaking on behalf of a former D20 special ed teacher, as a former staff member, I feel it is vital to hear how the changes in leadership within the District 20 have impacted staff, programs, and students. When I was initially hired to work in D20, the first conversation I had with district special ed staff revolved around the many resources and assets D20 had to offer their staff and families. The related service providers, the support teams, training, opportunities, the list went on. And over the years that I worked in D20, I slowly saw all those things get peeled away to the point of not feeling heard, supported, or respected, which resulted in my choice to walk away. With the loss of adaptive PE, the scaling back of autism services, the inconsistency with related service providers, my school saw more than 4 different OTs and 3 different speech pathologists in the course of 3 years, in addition to the loss of speech and language pathology assistants. Students' IEP services were reduced or eliminated without evaluations, clear explanation to families, and for the most part attempted to be brushed under the rug so parents wouldn't notice or question the reduction or complete elimination of services. Communication from the district's SPED office to the teachers became less and was oftentimes inconsistent or contradictory from one conversation to the next. This lack of communication within families over services or lack thereof put the teachers in very uncomfortable positions. When I started with D20, the coordinator overseeing my school and program knew every single children's name, family history, and backstory. I could call or email with questions and get a prompt response or even a drop into my classroom. If there were behavioral issues, the team would be there for observations and support. My last year in the district, the coordinator knew nothing of my students, couldn't greet them by name, and had no idea of their histories, which is so important with the population of students we are serving. The paraprofessionals in the room couldn't even identify the coordinator by name or looks because they simply were never present in our building. The availability of district SPED staff had been consumed with playing catch up to issues that could have and should have been troubleshooted in advance rather than letting issues explode and then sitting in the meeting after meeting to fix what they broke. This made them unavailable to help schools when they actually needed them in doing what was best for students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Catherine Zukas.
Testing. Start to push the button. Button doesn't push. It's hard to, no, the light's not on. Okay, you can hear me though? Oh, okay, there we go. I'm Catherine Chukas. I live in the district. I'm a parent of children who attend Eagleview Middle School. My latest animal update in my neighborhood is about bears, lots of early morning bears, and parents who are up early are seeing them. There's great footage on social media. My topic tonight is about planning and planning for how we all ask all of our adult neighbors to help this school district access more funds and more funding sources. I think there's a lot we can plan for over the next few weeks and months, and I ask the board and administration to think about ways you'd like parents in the district to help you in these efforts. I'm all about getting more money for D20 or helping D20 save money so there can be high quality programs for all types of learners and for there to be funding for high quality staff. This evening, you're going to be going through and thinking about next year's budget, and I realize these discussions will continue for the next meeting or two, given that the Colorado legislative session just ended last night at midnight. And parents probably can't help you with that. The money is being provided is probably now locked. But there are new and creative sources of money to be thinking about for the next few years and how we as voters can help the district make these funds go farther or get more funds. Based upon the recently passed House Bill 1414, in 6 months, we all get to vote on extending free school meals. I thought this was very innovative because not only will it change taxes for households making, it will only change taxes for households making between $300,000 and $400,000 a year of income. That's all it changes, $300,000 a year of income. When I checked the statistical atlas for Colorado Springs, these are only the households who are in the top 5% of our metro area. And if we narrow that gap just to households between $300,000 and $400,000, it's going to be less than that, maybe 2% of households. So if we as voters pass this, our District 20 is going to be getting money from the wealthy households in other parts of the state, from the Edwards, the Boulders, the Breckenridges, the Steamboat Springs. That's where there's relatively more households who have people who make $300,000 a year. It seems like opposing this measure is about asking kids here in our public schools to go hungry. Opposing this is about having board members spend more of your precious time debating about the line item in our budget about meals. or opposing it is about making taxes lower for just 2% of families in our metro area. In addition, this initiative is going to offer pay raises for food service employees and the ability to source more local foods. That all may be valuable to how Pine Creek High School runs its program, if not to just the vendor we use, Sodexo. Another creative source of funds is going to take time to plan is related to House Bill 10006, which can help with preschool space rentals. As the district is assessing needs where the demand is for preschool spots near residents' home, this bill seems like a great incentive to negotiate with commercial real estate. The district gets space, the landlord gets a tax break. On the west side of the district, there's a lot of commercial buildings on Delmonico, Rockrimmon, and Vindicator who all have big signs looking for tenants. Let me know if you want a list of them. I'm happy to collect them. In November, there's going to be ballot initiatives to pay teachers statewide and maybe even a mill levy effort for our district. Great stuff. Let's get communities together to cover all of these issues, not just an initiative one by one, so that we can get more funds.
Our next speaker is Nicole Gross.
Good evening, board members. Is this working? Okay. Good evening, board members. I'm Nicole Gross. You guys know me by now. I have a student at Liberty High School. First, I want to say thank you for listening to our comments at the board meetings and for the emails we have sent. We appreciate the efforts you have initiated to address our concerns. However, we are still concerned about the transparency of this process. Tonight, you will hear statements from your employees, both current and former. Every one of them has elected to remain anonymous out of fear of retaliation. To me, this is indicative of a culture that does not respect or value transparency. My hope is that you will truly hear their stories and ask yourselves why they're not here speaking at the podium for themselves. I'm also here tonight to read a statement from one of your students. My name is Gretchen Kramus, and I'm an 8th grader at Timberview Middle School. I struggle with anxiety, depression, ADHD, and a neurological development disorder. I've had a 504 for a few years to support some of these issues. This school year, I took a full psychological assessment that showed a variety of learning struggles. My mom emailed to update my 504 in September, October, and February of the school year. We finally got the update on April 22nd, a full 7 months after our first request. It took our doctor and therapist to make the request to finally get the meeting scheduled. As a result of this delay, both my grades and my mental health suffered. During the time I was waiting to update my 504, I requested accommodation from my teachers and was denied them every time. One of the most important situations took place during CMAS. I asked to take the test in a quiet space for extended time, which has been documented in my 504 since 6th grade, and was told by my teacher, "You'll be fine, it's not going to be that loud." Although I personally don't care about the CMAS, the school does, and being denied this, I could not do my best work on the test. There are a variety of stories like mine, some worse than others, that have happened to students this year across the district. I may look fine, but I had a lot going on behind my physical appearance. I feel that I was denied the accommodations I asked for because I looked okay. If I was denied and treated the way I was, what would happen to my brother on the autism spectrum, or my friend with dyslexia, or kids in the SSN program at my school? I request that the board look into matters like this. Change needs to start now. Thank you for your time and listening to my story. Guys, that broke my heart reading that. This is a friend's daughter who's at a soccer tournament right now. You guys, please start listening and start making these changes. A student should not have to wait 7 months to update their 504. Please, thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Trujillo.
This is actually a two-part speech. First part, I'm speaking for a high school SS in Para who wishes to remain anonymous for obvious reasons. I have seen my students being neglected by administrators, teachers, and the district. However, one student has received not only all our IEP services, but our administration promises her parents things knowing we are not staffed or equipped to maintain all IEP accommodations and extra promises. When I have gone to my administration to express my concerns and note the unfair favoritism, because in order to meet one student's IEP and extra promises, we must disregard the IEP accommodations of other students. I was told to just do my job and not worry about it. I represent these students. I have not been heard by the people in charge. We've failed these kids. They deserve much more. They deserve better. They deserve that administrators, teachers, and all other special education service people care. Another concern of mine is the lack of training for paras. I was trained by another para. There was no onboard training available or anything to prepare me to successfully support my students. It's not my coworkers' job to train me. It's the school and districts. Therefore, people leave. We have no support, resources, training, little pay, and are mistreated. We're burnt out. We need help. Special education needs help. I want to thank you for the work you've started, and I want to remind you this is an urgent matter. We ask for a clear timeline as to when these changes will come for us. Thank you. Second half, I'm Robert Trujillo. My son Leviathan is a student in D20. I'm here today to represent him and advocate for the SPED staff. I too thank you for your acknowledgement. However, I request that our demand of representation in the form of a committee be handled with urgency. Due to past inconsistencies with this institution, it is my fear that this is just going to placate us. However, I'm hopeful. That said, we will settle for nothing less than 51% of said committee consisting of SPED parents, so that it might be objective. We want a clear answer as to when we can expect this. We want it soon. As you can see, we aren't going anywhere, and our movement is multiplying. I'll now leave you with a quote, as I know that you are so fond of them. Lord, when did we see you hungry, thirsty, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in need, and not do anything to help you? Then he will answer. Assuredly, I say to you, inasmuch as you did not do it to the one of the least of these, you did not do it to me. Thanks.
Next is Shelley Augustine.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. As some of you know, I'm a trained educational advocate working in Colorado with 11 years of experience in my profession, and I have worked with families in District 20 since 2014. I come here this evening as a partner, a person passionate about doing the best for students with exceptional needs, someone who works every day at assisting parents in accessing the services, supports, and accommodations in the school system for their students with disabilities. I hope that you will respect my professional knowledge and embrace my willingness to partner for change. In my 8+ years of serving students and families in this district, I've noticed many trends. Number one, District 20 parents make up on average 68% of my cases and my current wait list, which currently encompasses 16+ districts statewide. Number two, I've seen systemic issues in the following: center-based programs, untrained staff, lack of appropriate staffing, in my experience and opinion, poorly written goals that are not reasonably calculated for a student to make progress, generally poorly written IEPs, lack of appropriate programs to assist in making progress and in learning in an individual manner, staff and administration that do not work collaboratively, preventing meaningful participation and consideration of parents' concerns, and administration and staff viewing parents who advocate for their children and their needs as bothersome, overbearing, and aggressive. Number three, I personally have made efforts to discuss issues and problem solve individual and systemic issues with several levels of administration. Many attempts have been met with lack of follow through, disregard, and no response. These are just some of the systemic issues that I can talk to you about today. I have also seen educators, support staff, and related service providers who care about the students they serve, who work hard at the desk side servicing IEPs, and work collaboratively with parents and advocates. They are the champions. As parents recently said to you, the district special education department is robbing Peter to pay Paul. The general meaning of this phrase is taking something away from one person to pay another, leaving the former at a disadvantage. Discard one debt only to incur another. Over the last few weeks, people have spoken directly into this. It cannot continue. If the special education department continues to transfer staffing and services from one student to another to address more serious needs while ignoring the needs of all, they create risk. Continuing to put one fire out at a time and ignore the fires burning across a program, a school, or a district creates risk. I will assume positive intent that the district and the department are concerned about risk and want.
Time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Inman.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I am a parent in the district. My youngest is a sophomore in high school. My older two children graduated in 2018. One was in the SSN room, one was under a 504. But I'm speaking on behalf of an employee tonight. Let me start this letter by saying I want to be here. I don't want to be anywhere else. I love and respect the special needs community. It is my joy to be part of their lives. As a paraprofessional, my job is to foster independence, monitor students' health and emotional needs, facilitate social interaction, and assist with learning. All of these things need to be done while complying with IEPs and BIPs in a setting and system that was not built for them. Where are the sensory tools, adaptive furniture, electronics that are needed? Where is the grace that allows for a student to pass in the halls at their own pace without being marked tardy? When will we work together to teach modifications to all teachers and staff? How will our students be included in classes that use a college level text? Who is going to advocate for change? When we don't have adequate staff to safely take students to class, the system is not for them. When I have to choose between providing care and providing privacy for my student, the system is not for them. When a student is expected to sit quietly for 45 minutes in class with little or no modified work, the system is not for them. When each student is respected, valued, and given an equal opportunities for learning, the system will be for them. Thank you for listening tonight.
Our next speaker is Hannah DeBlois.
Good evening. I am a parent of 3 students in District 20 and 1 recent graduate. My youngest is a special needs child at Foothills Elementary. Tonight, I am speaking on behalf of a current General Education District 20 employee. As a District 20 employee, I can confirm that IEP minutes are not being met in many buildings, including the elementary school that I am in. We have been given a handful of extreme behaviors that consume our resource department staff, leaving them unable to meet the minutes of our other students on IEPs. We have voiced our concerns that this is not an appropriate placement for these students. We have been told repeatedly by Matt Montoya to figure it out. We have been given no real support despite the fact that we are dealing with students with higher needs than we are staffed to deal with. Legally, we are required to have staff members trained in trauma intervention, and we do not have that. We have guest teachers putting some of our most academically challenged students, pulling some of our most academically challenged students while our staff members are dealing with one extreme behavior after another, or while they are assigned to be one-on-one with a student that should be in a center-based program. While our guest teachers are fantastic, they are not trained in the intervention programs that we use. The district is able to get away with this because parents are welcome to seek outside services. This policy should be reversed. Another related issue is that our students are not safe. We have students that knock over desks and tables, throw laptops and iPads, and hit other students in the classroom on a daily basis. We have students that repeatedly beat the crap out of their own teachers. Nothing is being done about this. We have parents and staff members that have gone to our administrators as well as to the people above them at the district office. Yet these students are in class every day. They have no consequences. We have students that are afraid to come to school, but the rights of this child are put above the rights of the other children and the staff. District 20 tries to minimize everything that happens, sweep it under the rug, and keep up our reputation. It's about time District 20 lives up to the mission statement and puts their people first. When are we going to put people before politics? It is only a matter of time before someone is seriously injured, your staff walks out, and your parents sue.
Next is Samantha Carter.
Good evening. I'm here to read a statement on behalf of a high school employee. I grew up in District 20. I went to Edith Wolford Elementary, Challenger Middle School, Eagleview Middle School, and graduated from Pine Creek High School. I am now a high school paraprofessional and also a college student studying social work. I'm here to partner with District 20 as a former student and current employee to find a solution that improves the quality of education and the quality of employment for special education students and employees. We urge you, the Board of Education, to pay attention to the cries for help from parents, students, and staff. In my position, I have seen that special education teachers and paraprofessionals are drained. We are overworked and underpaid. We receive no training, no recognition, no support. There have been countless days where I've been unable to eat lunch, use the restroom, or drink enough water because I am constantly focused on fulfilling the needs of my students and meeting their IEP accommodations while being extremely understaffed. I'm doing the job of 3 people. My coworkers are doing the job of 3 people. We beg for help. And while our building does the best they can, no one comes. Because of the lack of support for employees, people leave. Turnover rates are extremely high. Why is this? Let me tell you. People do not become paras or teachers because they are paid well. They do it because they love kids. People do not stop being paras or teachers because they stop loving kids. They leave because they are not valued, because they are mistreated. And here's the thing, we are all adults. We can find new jobs, set new boundaries, and use our voices in different ways. The students we represent as special education employees, however, cannot. When you don't take care of us, you don't take care of them. Another consequence of not taking care of special education employees is the inability to support and provide proper services to special education students. There is too much inconsistency, a lack of general understanding of special education by all staff, no communication, and way too much blaming. This starts at the top. It starts with district staff equipping principals, who then equip teachers, who then empower paras to be the very best support we can be for all students of all capabilities. It starts with you saying, this is enough. I want to remind you today that my SSN students matter just as much as our student athletes, our straight A students, our AP and IB students, visual and performing arts students, and every student in between. Remember, we are all on the same team. District 20 is an incredible district that provides so much opportunities for so many students, including myself. It is time that those same opportunities are given to special education students. I want to thank you for the work you have already started. To reiterate what others have said and what I am saying, this is an urgent matter, and we ask for a clear timeline as to when these specific changes will come for special education.
Next is Lisa Underwood.
If I may, ma'am, we have some open seats if you want to sit. Yeah. Yeah, we prefer not, actually. We've kind of set a rule. I don't mean to sound hardcore. Yeah, I think. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I am Lisa Underwood. I am a parent, an employee, and resident of the District 20. I am here reading on behalf of Michelle Williers. A famous James Baldwin quote says, "These are all our children. We will profit or pay for whatever they become." Throughout my personal and professional life journey, I've been touched by those words. I am the executive director of Peak Parent Center, which is the parent center for the state of Colorado, and also a parent of a child in D20 who is deaf and blind with intellectual development disabilities in this district. So I have a vested interest in our community. I am the parent of a student who attends Pine Creek High School in the SSN classroom. My son was born weighing just 15 ounces at 23 weeks gestation, which has contributed to him having significant disabilities. His are in the form of both vision and hearing loss. Legally, he is deafblind and uses ASL as his prime method for communication, which brings me to why I am writing you today. As I reflect on what I have learned throughout his life, one aspect that stands out the most is the journey of being a parent of a child with disabilities and wanting to advocate for, protect, and ensure he gets every opportunity I know he deserves. I want to share with you my concern about the current para and special education employee overall shortage across our district, along with the question of what is being done about this shortage for the end of this year and the plan for the next school year. We know when paras and general education setting, when we know paras and supports aren't present, SSN and center-based program students cannot be part of their general education setting, which is not proper provision of FAPE. The denial of FAPE in regards to my child's IEP encompasses not only para support to access general education ASL classes, but also services through the teacher of the deaf and speech and language. All of those areas are key components to my son's progress towards his post-secondary goals. Without these services, support, and related services, he has not made meaningful progress. While my students' individual issues are now being addressed, I have continued concerns regarding other students in center-based programs, as well as on IEPs. It is a systemic issue when a program such as SSN, CSD, and AN lacks support-related services and appropriate goals to address the needs of the most vulnerable populations of students in D20. Inclusion is not met not only for my son, but for all the children who do not receive support in their IEP to access general education classrooms to make progress. I appreciate the time and effort the board puts in protecting our children and ensuring that every child has access to an appropriate and inclusive education. I look forward to taking the proper time and protocols to do what is best for all involved.
Next is Joseph Shelton. Oh, okay, looks like we have no Joseph. Next is June Everett.
Can you hear me okay? Good evening, everyone. I have two children that are currently in District 20 schools, and I've recently heard and witnessed that some of you would like to be known that your religion belongs here. You know, right here inside this beautiful government building that is paid for by the taxpayers of District 20, the state of Colorado, and the federal government. The taxpayers that consist of a vast variety of backgrounds, religions, cultures, beliefs, and non-religious points of view. So in the spirit of religious pluralism and religious freedom, I wanted to come here tonight to introduce myself as a member of the Satanic Temple, Colorado, an ordained minister of the Satanic Temple, and the national campaign director for a fun little program that continues to make national news headlines called After School Satan Club. The Satanic Temple isn't quite what you think it is. We aren't devil worshippers and we don't sacrifice goats or babies in the name of the Dark Lord. Turns out most of our members are vegan. In fact, we are a non-theistic religion, non-theistic meaning we don't believe in a literal Satan. We look at Satan as a symbol for standing up against tyrannical authority, and to embrace the name Satan is to embrace rational inquiry removed from supernaturalism and archaic tradition-based superstitions. The mission of the Satanic Temple is to encourage benevolence and empathy, reject tyrannical authority, advocate practical common sense, oppose injustice, and undertake noble pursuits. We became recognized as a bona fide religion in the United States by the IRS in 2019. Now, there is no denying the fact that Christians make up the majority religion here in this country at this particular time. But have you ever stopped to think about what happens when that day comes, when Christianity is no longer the flavor of the day here in the United States? That future generations may live in a very different world, where a different belief structure or religion has somehow taken over, where our government now believes that Christians should be persecuted for believing and worshiping as freely as they do today. It may seem like a stretch, but history proves otherwise. Our founding fathers were smarter than us. They watched Europe spend 400 plus years playing chop the head off the heretic, And the definition of heteric depended on who was seated on the throne. Sometimes it was the Catholics, sometimes it was the Protestants. They didn't want that happening here because they knew that everyone who wants their religion in the government always, without fail, assumes it will be their government. But our founding fathers knew that, and even then, there was a wide range of religious beliefs in America, and that's why they put the Establishment Clause front and center in the Bill of Rights. It turns out if you don't hold that wall, it can come crumbling down. I know I only have 3 minutes here tonight, but I wanted to remind you that when you open the doors for religion, you open the doors for all religion, even the ones you really don't like. So my suggestion to you is to cut the crap and remember that you represent a very diverse population of constituents, many of who are here tonight. Remember that diversity is what makes our country great. And so going forward, please sweep up your crumbs and clean up your mess because
time's up.
Our next speaker is Mel Monster.
Hello, I'm Mel, member of, can you hear me? I'm Mel, I'm a member of TST Colorado and also an ordained minister of Satan with TST. I just wanted to offer an invocation that we commonly use with TST. Let us stand now, unbowed and unfettered by arcane doctrines, born of fearful minds in darkened times. Let us embrace the Luciferian impulse to eat of the tree of knowledge and dissipate our blissful and comforting delusions of old. Let us demand that individuals be judged for their concrete actions, not their fealty to arbitrary social norms or illusory categorizations. Let us reason our solutions with agnosticism in all things, holding fast only to that which is demonstrably true. Let us stand firm against any and all arbitrary authority that threatens the personal sovereignty of one or all. That which will not bend must break, and that which can be destroyed by truth should never be spared its demise. Sorry. It is done. Hail Satan.
Our next speaker is Derek Wilburn.
On a somewhat lighter note, I would like to first give a shout out to the Classical Academy track and field team, which as we speak is on the cusp of winning yet another league title, both boys and girls, and next week is most likely going to win yet another state title like they do almost every year. Incredible program at Classical Academy. And I'd like to spend my time as this school year winds down just thanking you 5 board members, giving you the praise, honor, and respect that you really have coming. You're incredible people. You're just, when I think of what you go through, sitting there during these meetings, getting excoriated, having your family history attacked and what have you, which interestingly is only really reserved for 3 of you. Will and Heather really never seem to have to endure that, but be that as it may, it's just amazing to me. I know I could never do it. And you're amazing human beings. You're volunteers. And Heather, when you come in here and you put up those pictures of all your travels throughout the week and the students you've interacted with and the teachers you've interacted with, I think to myself, what an amazing servant. You go to capping ceremonies, you go to plays, you go to band concerts. I don't want to go to band concerts my own kids are in. You put miles on your own car. Your sacrifice for this community is second to none, and you only do it because you care about childhood education. There's nothing in it for you. So I just want to let you know that you're appreciated. There's always going to be critics. That's life. That's how it goes. There's always going to be people who come to this podium and accuse your families of racist past and who are going to go through your donor bases and find out who contributed to your campaign and accuse you of taking bribes. That stuff's always going to happen. But I believe that I represent many, if not most families in this district when I say we appreciate all 5 of you and the sacrifices that you make for our children. Thank you.
Next is Steve Spillers.
My name is Steve Spillers. I have been a resident of District 20 since 2003, along with my wife. Our 3 kids have all been students in District 20 schools. First, I'm not a domestic terrorist. Second, I consider myself a trafficker in truth. And I have comments on 2 topics tonight. The first topic is abstinence education. And I would just like to point out, the truth is that abstinence is the most effective method for avoiding pregnancy and avoiding sexually transmitted diseases. Abstinence works every time it's tried. It's never failed. And abstinence is free. It costs nothing. Teaching students about abstinence is part of a reproductive biology curriculum. It is not religious training or religious recruitment. Failure to teach students about the most effective method for avoiding pregnancy and STDs while emphasizing less effective and expensive methods would be wrong. My second topic is gender issues in education. Again, the truth is that sex or gender is determined at creation, at the moment of conception. The fertilized ovum divides into 2 cells, both of which are either XX or XY, period. There's no other option. There are no other possibilities. This will never change throughout the person's life. No amount of grooming, recruitment, coercion, counseling, pronoun changing, hormone therapy, puberty blocking, or cosmetic surgery will change a single cell from XX to XY or vice versa. These truths are indisputable and should be taught to students at an appropriate age as part of a reproductive biology curriculum. Instruction and counseling regarding unscientific, controversial, and divisive topics such as gender change or gender fluidity do not belong in the public school environment in any form. These topics are the purview of parental responsibility and decision-making, not public education. Our schools should not be transformed into laboratories for social experimentation, and students must not become guinea pigs for the experiments. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Angelica Givler.
Good evening, board. I am Dr. Givler, a parent of 2 boys in D20, a resident of D20, and a teacher in D11. PTA is the largest caregiver group in the nation. The PTA has been active for 125 years, with over 20,000 units in 80% of schools and over 4 million members across the United States. We have heard time and time again in this room that we must consider the parents and the community. When considering parents' values and want for their kids, the PTA is a great starting point as they truly represent the majority of parents. Not only does the PTA value DEI, and for those listening, inclusion does cover all genders, but they also have a whole page on a commitment to DEI and how to ensure that all students and members feel supported. Their page includes the following statement on diversity. We acknowledge the potential of everyone without regard, including but not limited to age, culture, economic status, educational background, ethnicity, gender, geographic location, legal status, marital status, mental ability, national origin, organizational position, parental status, physical ability, political philosophy, race, religion, sexual orientation, and work experience. The first step to welcoming diversity, according to the PTA, is to learn more about your community. It is important to avoid assumptions. One way to do this is to complete surveys to understand the community's cultures, values, languages, and diversities. Trust must be built with the community. Listening to their voices, all of their voices, is imperative to earn their trust. The PTA states, inclusion is actions, behaviors, and social norms that ensure all people feel safe, welcomed, and that they belong. Several members of this board continue to make community members feel unsafe and unwelcome. The community is not only the people that have the privilege to make it to these meetings, but all parents, staff, and students that are actually in D20. The community wants to be heard. I ask that you start listening to the community as a whole and start making changes to ensure that you are upholding the values of this board, as well as the needs of the community that you are part of. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Erica Sincata. I hope I did your last name okay.
My daughter, Eva, has been in the Significant Support Needs program in District 20 since kindergarten 12 years ago. She has attended Discovery Canyon campus for 11 of those years. As I reflect on that time, I acknowledge the amazing individuals who have cared about her and our family, including special education teachers, speech therapists, OTs, PTs, bus drivers, and most importantly, the dozens of paraprofessionals who have come in and out of our lives. My approach as a parent has always been to start each school year developing a positive relationship with our case manager, in Eva's case, the SSN teacher, by communicating who Eva is, what her strengths and needs are, and our commitment as a family to high quality inclusion, always with the goal of creating a collaborative team of support around her. I always establish this relationship before challenges begin, because I know they always will. For the most part, this strategy has led to positive results. I rarely dread an IEP meeting, and we have never needed an outside advocate to be involved. However, this yearly practice has been utterly exhausting due to the astounding staff turnover in special education that we have witnessed over the past 12 years. Not just with paraprofessionals, which is somewhat expected due to the high demands and low pay of those positions. Most notably, after the first 2 case managers we had in elementary school, we had a different case manager every year from Eva's 6th grade year to her current junior year of high school. And not surprisingly, we recently learned that she will have a brand new case manager for her senior year as well. Our experiences have led me to conclude that it is not a lack of kind and committed special education professionals, but a broken system that has failed our students and families. It is a system that does not educate or support local school administrators in high quality inclusive practices, who are therefore ill-equipped to support direct service staff, at best ignoring and undervaluing them, at worst disrespecting them, to the extent that many either move to other districts or leave the profession altogether, sadly. Mr. Gregory and board members, if you truly believe that people are the heart of our success in District 20, I urge you to continue in a timely and transparent manner the work that you have started to make the necessary changes in special education to keep those people. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Erin Stevens.
I have 2 incredible kids in ASD 20. The district is lucky to have them. We often talk about situations and hypotheticals, but tonight I come to you with a real story. My child is in 5th grade and in the fall decided on their own to change their pronouns to they, them. This was a decision made completely on their own. In fact, they made the choice to let their class know before they even let me know. They, at the age of 11, were brave enough to know and knew themselves well enough to tell their teacher and peers that this is who they feel they are. When they later told me, I assured them that our love was unconditional and that they didn't ever need to worry about that. Who am I to dictate? I volunteered for the Ameritown field trip last week, and it was so great. All of the kids had the best time, and mine was the bank manager, a highly regarded position. In the meeting leading up to the trip, the parents were all put with groups. I was with the radio team, and they were fantastic. The day went really well, and I was so happy I was part of it. A few days later, I found out that one of the parents who had been working with my child found out about their pronouns and proceeded to have issues. They asked other parents if they knew about what was going on at Encompass, even having no real information. I discussed this with the parent, who assumed there had been a meeting about pronouns and parents weren't told. That was not the case. This is my child, who on their own came to school and announced a change never discussed with another human being before. My child, who has been accepted by all of the students and the staff and has never had a problem until now. This is the power of your words. This is the story of a kid who has been thriving, now being found out by parents and ridiculed behind their back. Parents who would rather teachers dismiss the feelings of a child than deal with their kids being exposed to this stuff. Now, everyone here needs to really think about that next time you shame someone for being who they are. I am okay with it. Then why can't you be as well? And I'd like to add that I saw a lot of parents in here nodding their heads in agreement with an earlier speaker's comments. Some were SPED parents. I ask you all, does my child deserve less? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz Holt.
John. Thank you, Mr. Gregory, for your leadership. My mom was on the school board. I know how hard you work. Thank you so much. My family has enjoyed almost all our experiences at District 20. I'm here tonight, though, because I have several classroom concerns, which are interrelated. I had a concern when my daughter came home from school and reported that her biology teacher showed a video that explained that the bone structure of a whale's tail had the resemblance to a human hand, and the inference was that humans came from whales. I asked her, how did she respond to the teacher's claim? She said that she was silent because the students were not allowed to give their opinions or ask contrary questions while their teacher explained Darwin's theory of evolution. My husband and I had a meeting with the teacher and principal. There was no real admission of any classroom wrongdoing. We went to a higher authority and we were told that this teacher was not allowed to teach macroevolution in her class. By that time, school was over. This teacher went on to lead a field trip to the Galapagos Islands with my daughter's high school peers. That was a concern for me also. What was the teacher's point of field tripping to the capital of Darwinism? Even if there was no exposure to this theory, does District 20 want to advertise field trips to controversial places? Another current concern for me is that the recent scientific discoveries are actually contradicting Darwin's Origin of Species. There are 3 problems with Darwinism, according to science. First problem is fine-tuning problem. Physicists are finding that the universe is actually too perfectly formed to be a random chance. There is also the plethora of DNA discoveries, which show that rudimentary forms of life have complex information storage, transformation, and processing systems. If your DNA were lined up, it would stretch from the Earth to the sun 600 times. There is the discovery of the Cambrian explosion in the fossil record. Darwin explained that the history of life gradually unfolded. The fossil record says there was an abrupt emergence of plants and animals. My largest concern tonight is why are we in this amazing school district only teaching Darwin's evolutionary theory, which is becoming outdated and debunked? Why aren't we teaching intelligent design, which science is proving to be increasingly true, with teens struggling with depression at a rate of 50%? Why do you, what do you think?
Sorry, your time's up. Time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kara Marshall.
Hello. So again, my name's Kara Marshall. I'm a D20 parent. And at the last board meeting, the topic of musicals happened to catch my attention. I've been dancing since the age of 2, performed professionally and choreographed for companies all over Colorado, California, and even Florida. I'm also privileged to have a degree in community advocacy and social policy. And why am I talking about myself? Well, the reason is simple. Words matter. Mr. LaValle, at the last meeting, your words about the Sound of Music, you could have just complimented the kids on their performance, but you chose to choose words that do not represent me or my children. You said that the musical is your and Mr. Salt's favorite because it had no edgy stuff. Edgy. The word's defined as daringly innovative. This should inspire you, make it sound like it's something that's negative. And you said appropriate for all ages. And if by appropriate you mean comfortable for white conservative Christians who reinforce the patriarchy, then yes, that's definitely appropriate for those folks. But you see, Captain Von Trapp runs his home like a military barracks and is verbally abusive and detached from his family. His attitude about women in the workplace mirrors that of America, where only 22 CEOs of Fortune 500 companies are women and the majority of them are white. Maria, at first outspoken, oh, hold yourself together there, outspoken and educated, is convinced that she doesn't belong as an educator in the secular world and is convinced to stop using her education, go into a convent and be a nanny. The song, How Do You Solve a Problem, like Maria, represents that women who operate outside of their gender roles are a problem. Then Liesl goes on to get slut-shamed and encouraged to believe that it is her responsibility to get in line with the patriarchal systems where men make the rules. Is this the dream for your daughters? Words matter. You continue to point out your privilege. Audra McDonald was the first Black woman to play Mother of S on Broadway, and she was criticized for making the role unbelievable as a Black nun and told that she should just be happy that she even got to play the role. But it's not enough. We need to be intentional and provide opportunities for people of color to be in stories where Blackness is celebrated, talked about, and acknowledged, to play roles that are not colorblind or victimizing. Words matter. You mocked the Freedom from Religion Foundation by mentioning nuns and the word G-O-D. It's not difficult to support separation of church and state. It makes public education safe for all beliefs. Words matter. Your mention on how the show was your favorite because there was no sexual stuff, which I'm fairly certain by sexual stuff you mean it didn't have a comprehensive sex education that might include contraception options and consent for all sex and genders. Because no sexual stuff and lacking sex education is an initiative.
Time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Staver.
Hello, I am a retired teacher, a D20 resident, and a grandparent of children who choice into D20 schools. 21 years ago, in August 2001, my family came to Colorado Springs on a house hunting trip. I felt overwhelmed about knowing what part of town to buy a house in. At that time, our children were in middle school and high school. Fortunately, a local parent we met on the first day emphatically said, "You want District 20 schools." We took that advice and have not regretted it. Thank you to all the board members who give up your time to work hard for our students and community. Thank you to the board for approving the raise for our teachers and staff. We have hardworking staff who deserve this honor. Board members, I hope you continue to uphold high academic standards for D20 students. Thank you for your recent decision to protect students below 4th grade from gender and sexual topics which they are not ready for. That's much appreciated. At the last board meeting, we heard about the Challenger Learning Center. What an impressive place. So glad that D20 supports that. Let's keep D20 a district that has a great reputation, so families will want to live here and students will benefit from the excellent education they receive here. Thank you.
Next, we have Ann McComber.
Hello, I'm Ann Macumber. I'm a parent, grandparent of District 20 students and a retired District 20 teacher. I want to thank all the teachers with the wit, talent, creativity, and time management capabilities to fit everything into a less than accommodating daily schedule of PE, recess, computers, science, assemblies, behavioral distractions, and other stuff. That other stuff tonight I'm finding is a heck of a lot of sped accommodation. And for keeping children encouraged and enticed by all that there is to learn. A teacher becomes a motivational giant in a child's life. Having taught kindergarten through 8th grade at different times in my career, I've been able to witness and implement my take on inspiring children to learn. That's what teachers do. Given that, I am concerned with the direction of teaching in D20, where curriculum is not grade level appropriate, not focused on positive, challenging growth for every child, and not directed toward the needs of all kids. Public education is challenging. It has taken on the role of parents, thinking children aren't getting needed support from home due to many dynamic family situations. I remember staff meeting in 1999, reflecting on that reality and realizing, oh my God, we're to become everything for students. It's a quandary for District 20 today. Does it introduce into an already crammed curriculum what should be a normal family dinner conversation? Could District 20 encourage or counsel parents to find outside sources to address ideological issues for individual students rather than the classroom? How does District 20 give parents, who are the first and best teachers of their kids, a voice? Given a teacher's role to educate each and every child, I humbly request that D20 rein in plans to introduce unfounded, time-consuming topics into its otherwise excellent curriculum that is executed by our outstanding teachers who are doing their best each and every day. Even what I've heard, I thought we were down to 2 minutes already, so I have a little extra time here. I just want to say, with all the sped issues here, my daughter is also teaching at this time, and she's had her own share of sped issues. It's a tough time for all teachers teaching sped, but I need to let you all know out there, the good teachers are doing the best they can, and their hearts are there for your kids and they love them. So I thank you for all you've done this year to get us back on track. Thank you.
Next is Catherine Gale.
Good evening. I'm the product of a Colorado public education. I'm also the parent of a child who entered Academy School District 20 in kindergarten and is now a freshman in high school. I'm also a lawyer, a former Fairfax, Virginia teacher, and a taxpayer. First, I'm concerned that contrary to state law, we are teaching abstinence-only sex ed. We have an approved list of organizations that can supplement the human sexuality curriculum. They include the El Paso County Board of Health, the American Cancer Society, and an organization called Education for Life. Education for Life is the education arm of a faith-based pro-life organization. Somehow, they were the ones who were chosen to supplement my son's human sexuality. They are encouraging students to develop criteria for an ideal spouse. They're also teaching that it's better for mental health to have sex when you're married. Now, my son is 15 years old. I don't know how this conversation is relevant or beneficial to him. In fact, if we're going to be focusing on sex in marriage, how does this affect students whose parents are divorced, or if the students themselves have no desire to get married? Contrary to EFL's syllabus, numerous studies have shown the tremendous benefit of comprehensive sex education. Since the 1990s, when comprehensive sex education was normalized, teens are having sex up to 5 years later than when I was in high school, and the teen birth rate is significantly lower. If teens do have sex, they are more likely to use contraception. Abstinence-only sex ed doesn't work, and it leads to more unprotected sex. Comprehensive sex education helps youth to better identify their own boundaries and to discuss their values with their families. Better communication, better goal setting, all good. Ignorance, shame, and fear are not. Second, I'm concerned that this board distrusts our excellent educators and is sowing the seeds of an idea of a conspiracy against parents. Please remember that many students in this district have one or both parents in the military. The situation in Ukraine and possible escalation of our involvement, including deployment, is weighing on our kids' minds. My son has already experienced his dad being in Afghanistan for 2 years. Having teachers that these kids.
I'm sorry, your time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rob Rogers.
Hey everybody. There is nothing that I love more than being mocked by my elected officials for raising concerns, particularly constitutional violations. During the April 21st board meeting, while describing his experience at a Pine Creek performance of The Sound of Music, Mr. Valley added, "Don't tell the Freedom from Religion Foundation, but there were nuns," and they even used that G word, the three-letter G word. This was an apparent reference to an FFRF letter sent to the district in response to the board informing the public that all households need a Bible to support virtue and morality. I can only assume that First Amendment violations raised by multiple parents and constituents via a third-party watchdog organization that many of us are a member of are just considered jokes by the ASD 20 board. But how can this be true considering how often this board mentions parental rights in the Constitution? During the January 20th meeting, Mr. LaValle lamented that the new social studies standards only mentioned the Bill of Rights 3 times. So I'm guessing it's a little important. And the separation clause is even prominently featured in the Bill of Rights. It's the first one. The Supreme Court even established the definition of the separation clause back in 1947, and in a case involving a school board, no less. So maybe this tendency to ignore and mock law and regulation that doesn't align with personal beliefs explains the apparent lack of transparent action on any of the concerns raised week after week by the special needs parents and students from this podium. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the Exceptional Children Education Act, the Protection of Individuals from Restraint and Seclusion Act are all just as valid as the First Amendment and apply to Academy District 20, just like every other school district in the state. So that said, I am hearing hints of more formal action being taken to review special education operations in district. While any action would be a step in the right direction, the response from district administrators includes buzzwords and phrases like working group, a non-employee facilitator who will be developing a process to guide the work, collaborative input model, and other terminology that does not indicate concrete action, the appropriate level of transparency, or a sense of urgency. These parents have been reporting significant issues within special education services for over 2 years. So hearing that the district's belated plan to address the problems with educating special needs students involves planning to plan approaches straight out of Office Space is more than a little concerning. I would strongly encourage the district administrators to take a more direct, transparent approach to ensure that input from appropriate parents and experts in the special education and paraprofessional fields is collected and then acted upon quickly. Bureaucracy is not what these parents want to hear, and 2 years is too long to continue waiting for a working group. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bernadette Guthrie.
These comments are on behalf of a current high school employee who is not here tonight for fear of retaliation. I have worked with general education and special needs students across the spectrum and age range. Although teaching neurotypical students has its perks, there is nothing quite like teaching students with special needs. Sadly, it is these amazing students who always get the short end of the stick. More times than not, they are faced with discrimination, maltreatment, and are ignored. As a special educator, this is something that I view as completely unacceptable. The way I've seen District 20 treat those with special needs has infuriated me. Not only have vital services and accommodations been denied, but the administration has completely ignored the concerns of all who work with them, including parents, educators, paras, and various service providers. Time after time, my team and I have approached admin with our concerns. Things like iPads, tablets, or computers are required to support most of their learning and has been put in their IEPs, yet each time we approach admin about this legal obligation for these students, we are told they will get some to us ASAP. As weeks go by, the only thing that they get is another empty promise. Even though the students are not supplied with their needed technology, the school will still charge them a hefty technology fee. After we express our concerns to administration about our student safety when we have little staff, how we are not able to provide students with their needed and legally required support in their general education classes, we then face danger of a student attacking another student, the student eloping or having hourly seizures. We are told that, and I quote, their academic team is more important than their safety. This is wrong on every level, and mindsets like this should not be tolerated in schools. When admin has not set foot in a classroom with these wonderful students, refuses to attend reevaluations that the team works to schedule specifically when they have time, they clearly do not care about the livelihood of these students, their students. The district needs to be accountable for the fact that they are not only ignoring these students, but mistreating them and showing them that they have little to no value. This needs to be changed. And then these are my words. I had planned on only reading the previous note, but since I have an extra minute, I wanted to acknowledge that in the last 2 weeks, my 4th grader has come home multiple times distraught by words spoken by her classmates. One child called a Black classmate a racial slur. I'll let you guess which one. Another child told a group of kids that he hates LGBTQ people and that his dad beats up gay people. Their teacher has had to have multiple conversations with the class about inclusion, integrity, racism, and acceptance. This is a perfect example as to why DEI initiatives are absolutely crucial and should be prioritized. If my blonde-haired, blue-eyed white child came home in tears about these words being spoken, I can only imagine how that Black child felt. There should be zero tolerance for racism and bigotry in our schools. If this is happening in 4th grade, I can't imagine what's in store for middle school and high school. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christy Simpson.
Hi there. My name is Christy Simpson. I'm a parent in D20. I have 3 students in D20, and I just want to, in the name of Jesus, invite the power of the Holy Spirit to bring unity on this group and to take away divisiveness and allow us to hear each other clearly. I am also here to thank the school board for the conclusion of this year. There's been a lot of serious work and challenges for 2021. And the schools are getting back to normal, and our teachers have worked incredibly hard to make that happen. And after listening to so many teachers' comments and just realizing how hard these last 2 years have been, I am very appreciative that all 5 board members are so supportive and encouraging, and I am sure they are going to have a lot of smiles at the end of the night when they get to talk about the raises that all the teachers and staff will be receiving. I also want to thank the board for working hard on curriculum and trying to be intentional and not just quickly just pass over things, but really to stop and think about what is the best needs for each of our students in this school district. I'm thankful for the volunteers and the hours that you spend, and I'm thankful for all that I have learned in this district. And so that's it. Thank you.
Next is Edward Waldrop.
Hello, my name is Dr. Eddie Waldrop. I'm a
all the words I say here today are my own, not reflective of any institution. I'm a parent of a D20 student who actually joined me tonight. She wanted to have a little bit of her own taste of kind of civic engagement, and I have to say this is quite the night. I got to see a little bit about free speech and a little bit about kind of religious tolerance. She's out there looking at things like evolution and funny looking kittens with rainbows and pentagrams. So it's been a very interesting night, but I just want to thank the school board for all the hard work you do. I know this hasn't been easy. I've been quite amazed by what I see at some of these school board meetings. And I understand it was a little bit even more challenging before I even started to come to these. And I just want to thank you for all your time that you dedicate to helping out our students. Seeing this last year with my daughter getting back into school, coming through COVID, all the challenges, I can't imagine you guys all had to face with that. It's been just amazing to see her be able to get back into school, be active. She attends Mountain Ridge Middle School, so she's been very active in sports and seeing all the parents and kids coming back out and kind of celebrating being together again. It's been amazing. So I just want to thank you for all your work and what you've done for our students, and wish you all the best for the rest of the summer and coming into the next fall. So thank you.
And our final speaker, oh, I don't think he's here. So that was our final speaker. So that concludes our speakers for this evening.
Okay, thank you. Board comments, Mr. Temby.
Thank you, Mr. LaValle. Thank you to all our public speakers. This was certainly a diverse discourse this evening. But thank you for spending time and being here tonight. Appreciate it. This is a very busy time of the year for the board and staff. Kudos to the kids, the 8 graduates of the Bridges program, who we celebrated tonight and graduated tonight. And particularly want to thank the staff of the Bridges program. Talking to one of my colleagues, I drew the analogy to hospice nurses. These people are angels on earth who do this work every day. It is hard work, and the kids are benefiting greatly from it. So thank you. Had a great time delivering staff appreciation gifts to my schools, May 2nd and 3rd. And thanks to Ms. Cloninger, Tina Matson, Mary Elsner, and everybody who made that possible. This was staff appreciation gifts. In the past, it was just teacher appreciation, but we thought we needed to broaden that and recognize everybody in the school. And so that was a nice change this year. It is a busy time of year. I do have some pictures to throw up here. And I do have to reference this first picture. One of the first events I took part in was being at Discovery Canyon Elementary School, and they had a staff bake-off. And I had a Freudian photographic moment. That sign does not say fat. It says eat. But I didn't realize it until afterwards that it looked like it says fat. So, and that's how I felt after judging 33 desserts. So, and I think I've got a couple more. So the staff just was crazy. Yeah. So I wish you could all be there. And again, I'm not going to narrate each picture, but these are pictures from different events. There was the special education staff appreciation event. And I know we hear a lot about the challenges in SPED, but there's tremendous work being done, and that was recognized at the staff appreciation event. Went to Liberty High School senior breakfast and capping ceremony. Aspen Valley High School senior breakfast, the retirement banquet of people who have served this district so greatly for many years. Annual awards recipients within the district, volunteer of the year, administrator of the year, teachers of the year. And went to a great band concert at Timberview Middle School with Mr. Salt and Mr. LaValle last night. You did miss Mr. Gregory's Stairway to Heaven solo on the guitar. No, he didn't do that. So, but the rock band did play Hotel California, and they did a great job with it. So, but again, thanks to our communications team for their great efforts communicating these events to everybody through the website and putting together some of these events. And I'm looking forward to 9 high school graduations over the next 2 weeks, and that's why we're here. Preparing kids for post-secondary success And this district, despite its warts, does a great job at doing that. And I have 5 graduates of this district, and I'm very proud of this district. So that's all I have, Mr. LaValle. Thank you.
You're here. Ms. Cons.
So similar to Mr. Temby, we have been busy and gladly so, because it's just, I mean, that's the perk of being on the board is getting to be in the schools, and just it's a thrill to be with students and see their work and their accomplishments and their successes and their joy and the joy of all the staff. So just a quick run through, and I think the guys have some photos from some of the events to put up here. The day after the last board meeting, a few of us went to the Rampart production of Guys and Dolls. And I've been going to Rampart plays for probably 15, 20 years because my cousins were all in them too. And it was the best one, if I can say. I don't want to exclude people who have been in past ones, but it was so captivating. So these guys were amazing in Guys and Dolls. We were at the special education staff appreciation. It was wonderful to be with that staff and those families. The Liberty capping ceremony, they had, Rampart was special because Rampart probably had 40 or 50 people. Liberty had to cut it off at 200 students plus 2 parents or 2 guests for each down at the DoubleTree. So it was super exciting to be with everybody there. The Aspen Valley High School senior breakfast, it was great to hear about the kids' growth and accomplishments. The retirement banquet, as you heard, is just a beautiful event for honoring everyone that's been in our district for so long. Down at the Pinery, I had never been, so it was really wonderful. And there was a lot of teachers that my 2 girls have had, so it was exciting to be with them and celebrate them. The Rampart Senior Awards, yeah, it's just so inspiring to see the staff, how they've connected with the students. I mean, I think the teachers were crying more than the students because they just love those relationships. So it's really exciting. The Academy International Art Show, it was so delightful. Like, how can you not be happy looking at these things? Jen knows, she works there. Can you tell who that is without even reading it? Ella Fitzgerald. I mean, you see the hair and then you're like, of course. So it was really fun to be there. And I praised their principal because every kiddo, I was just kind of wandering on my own, every kid that walked by me that was going to the restroom or class or something said, "Hi, how are you doing?" Another kid passed me twice and he said, "I hope you have a great day today." So kudos to Academy International, just great kids there. So, and then last, I think it was just yesterday, it's been a long week, but Mountain Ridge World History Fair, which I love those displays of the projects they've been studying when they get to just explore, you know, use their inquiry and dive into their own choices, because I always learn a lot, or I hope I just forgot it and I learned it at some point, but these, you know, 4th graders, 5th graders, 8th graders, 7th graders, wherever we go, teach us a lot of stuff that we need to remember about our world history and our all kinds of things. So it was a joy to do all those events. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cons. Mr. Salt.
Thank you, Mr. LaValle. I have pictures that I took that I did not send to them, so just imagine pictures on the screen as we read through this. I'll see if I can find one picture really quick. So as Mr. Timby said, we did do our staff or teacher appreciation. We did it to all staff, and so it was an immense joy being able to go and take those awards to each of the schools and drop them off for all of them. I don't know if you guys can see how well this is. This is Miss Hanson from Academy Endeavor. She came out to accept it, and we were matching. We were wearing identical black pants and red sweater, so we had to take a quick picture. But yeah, it was the same, yeah. So it was a lot of fun being able to go and appreciate our teachers and really share that with them. So thank you to everyone across the district, all of our staff. As Mr. Timby, he stole most of my thunder. As Mr. Timby had mentioned, we had the Bridges graduation right before this, which is an incredible opportunity to see those kids graduate and move on to the next phase of their lives. The amount of care that they get from the staff and the teachers there, and how excited those kids are when they graduate and move on to what they're doing next it's a lot of fun to watch. We did the retiree banquet and celebrated, oh gosh, was it close to 50? 50 retirees from 30? No, 30. I was close-ish. But people who have dedicated a large chunk of their career to our district and to our students and to our community. And so it was great getting to watch them celebrate with their loved ones that evening. It was a great event. So thank you, Allison and team, for helping coordinate that. One of my favorite things that we've done recently is Timberview Middle School's concert last night was just phenomenal. As an old orchestra kid, I really appreciated their concert band and everything that went into it. It was a wonderful time. They had the rock band, jazz band, and concert band that all took turns playing through a few pieces, and they all did a fantastic job. I was hoping to bring my kids, but they did not do well in their homework, and so they had to stay home and do homework before get that completed. And then tomorrow, I'm actually going to get to go to Frontier. They're doing an awards assembly tomorrow morning, so I'm going to go get to hang out with them and spend some time celebrating their students. Other than that, excited for the graduations next week, so congratulations to all of our graduates.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. Ms. Cloninger.
I just wanted to go on record that I was the one that you all are copying about pictures. Oh, sorry. You can just stay there for a second. I'll tell you when to move on. Although I don't want to look at my face. I, like everybody else, have had just such an amazing time. We dove straight in the very next day after our last meeting into activities and more plays and things like that. So I'll go a little bit. This is at Doug Valley. They had a high school come out and do a STEM day. It was also Earth Day. And so we were doing all kinds of fun little STEM activities here. You can go to the next. And then we went to Guys and Dolls. These are a couple of cast members. The Rampart does it a little bit different. And so sometimes you can't recognize the cast because they don't come out in their clothes. But I know these two. They go to my church and they were lovely. The general and one of the little, I don't even know what he was, the horse guy. I don't know. Anyway, he's not a horse. Anyway, they were lovely. Next one. This was a little snippet of the work that went into the staff gifts. And I just wanted to say there were several people that went into the helping of that. And I absolutely 100% feel like we need to give thanks to Tina Matson. She did a huge piece of that and just does so much for us already. She organizes us and makes us look good. So she brought her friends, Mary Elsner and Nalani Feliciano and Becca Kaiser and Kristen Kelson Thomas. I'm trying to get all these names right. Lana Miller. All of those are administrative assistants of cabinet members and things like that. We even had Becky Allen come down and help stuff a few boxes, so cabinet members as well. And I snagged a couple of my girlfriends. One was Erin Stevens, who's here tonight. Thank you very much. And Michelle Roderick. And also used some of our senior volunteers. They're in the back there, Louise Deaton and Angela Van Slyke. And my brother-in-law was in town, so he got roped into it. That was fun for him. You can keep going. The SPED appreciation, it was just so sweet to hear the tributes to the paras and teachers that work with our kids. Next. This is at the Liberty capping ceremony. Next. This one was one of my favorite ones. It was her little nephew that came and was capping her, so she basically crawled down onto the floor so that he could. It's just very sweet. Being that Will and I started kind of during COVID, these are new to us, and so the capping ceremonies have been a highlight of my year. Next. And then we also went to, Mr. LaValle and I went to the Next Level Athletes at Pine Creek, and this is JoJo. So thank you. And I did not even see when he got drafted, but he was getting picked up on the 3rd or 4th round. Do you know what he did? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll leave that for Mr. Gregory. I won't steal his stuff. Anyway, it was lovely. It was fun to see all these kids signing. And then the next one, more of the kids. Next. And this is just teacher appreciation. This is out at Rock Rimmon Elementary, and their PTA just loves on their staff so hard. And I just wanted to say, again, thank you to our staff because it was amazing. Next. And this is one that I wanted to stop on. This was from the Young Chautauqua group out at the Pioneer Museum last Saturday. Yeah, last Saturday. And these were, if you don't know what Chautauqua is, it's the Living Museum. So they do their people that they're dressing up like, and then they act out their part, but they stay in character as they're going through it. It's beautiful, and these kids were amazing. This is Hannah Bennett as Baby Doe Tabor, and next is Eva Newborough. She was Georgia O'Keeffe. Next, I think I got them mixed up. This one is Sadie Stoller, and she was Jane Addams. This girl knocked my socks off. I'm not kidding. She's, watch for her name. Okay, next. And this was cute little Frida, the blonde-haired version, and she's Kayla Ann Salon. And then our last one was this cute little guy. I saw him on the way out, and his name's Jeremiah Johnson. He was Jackie Robinson. And these kids memorized things that were incredible. And anyway, they were just amazing kids. So the next one is the 2 teachers that were in charge of this. They're both in plaid. So the one in blue is Mr. Zeiser, and Mr. Gerbig is on the other side in the pink. Lovely Eagle View teachers, 6th and 7th grade. I don't know how that one got snuck in there, but that middle guy is a cute little guy, and he was at prom. That you can keep going. I just did that to mess with him. I went to the last track meet out at Gary Berry Stadium on the 11th. It was awesome and amazing talent from these kids. This is one of our Rampart runners there. And then this is the rock, the little kids rock that these guys were already talking about. They were so incredible and made up their own song about how CMAS testing left them bored or things like that. So it was very entertaining. And the next is the incredible staff there at Timberview, and Mr. Gregory, we made him sneak in there, and they just did such an incredible job. So I just want to say kudos to all of them. And I think that's the last of mine. You are done. I did want to say that I'll repeat what I said last time at the board meeting, and that was that we've been elected to be up here and be nonpartisan and be a part of all of your kids' lives, 26,000 plus, and that I don't appreciate religion being brought to us at this podium, wherever it is, from whatever it is. It's not appropriate. This isn't the place. I love that you go to church. I love that you do it in your homes. That's a great place for it. I don't appreciate it here. I also wanted to say that I will always be an advocate for our kids that are marginalized to whatever community that is, whether it be SPED, whether it be our transgender students, whether it be our children of color, whatever it is. And I treat all of those students and will always have a place in my heart for them, as well as any of the other students that are less marginalized. I got on this board to help our students, and that's what I do, and I love all of them. So that's all I have, Mr. LaValle.
Thank you. So not to be outdone, I have a few pictures. Yes, Guys and Dolls. I went to that as well, and I agree with Ms. Collins. It was excellent, appropriate for all ages. They just did a great job, and I think that I got one more with Guys and Dolls. Nope, this was the next level event that I went to with Ms. Cloninger at Pine Creek. It was great to see all the kids basically signing for going on to college, playing various different sports, kind of you name the sport, and somebody was probably going to that sport in college. So that was a great event as well. Next slide. This was our awards luncheon that we had, and I should have kept track, but this was secondary teacher. Are you going to talk about this at all, Mr. Gregory? Okay, you did, yeah. But anyways, it was all the award winners, parent, volunteer award winner, and it was just a lot of fun. You don't really want to take pictures with bright sun in the background, which is what we did, but that's okay. But anyways, it was a great luncheon, and I just really appreciate all these award winners, the best of the best, if you will. Next slide, I think. Do I have any more? Is that it? Okay. So this is the busiest time of year for the board, and I'm going to say this not to complain at all, because these are really fun events. But if you're wondering why board member Y did not attend event X, I'll give you just a little hint. On my calendar between the 21st of April and the 21st of May, about 30 days, there were 27 events that I was invited to attend. That does not include passing out the staff appreciation gifts, which, by the way, thank you, Ms. Cloninger, for being such a big help on that. And of course, Ms. Madsen and all the others. It was greatly appreciated. But again, there's just a lot going on, a lot of fun stuff. Next week is sort of the culmination, graduation. It's a lot. It's just a blast. When you look at the day, how long the day is, you think, oh my goodness, how can I survive? And it just flies by. You start passing out those diplomas, and the kids are just excited, and you're excited, and it's just a great time. I really am looking forward to doing that again. And it's back to Clune Arena as opposed to being outside. Outside was great, but we kind of dodged a bullet last year. The weather was good, and there's no guarantees of that. So anyways, so just a couple things that I also attended. Aspen Valley had their senior breakfast. The retiree banquet, which I went to, which was just a classy thing that District 20 does to honor those that are retiring. I got to fill in for Mr. Salt at the parent sounding board. He did not inform me how much time I had. And I'm thinking I'm really important telling his great stuff, and I get this kind of like the hook. Come on, you're done. Get off the stage. I know they had other things they had to do, but it was a lot of fun being able to be. And I appreciate the parent sounding board. They're all volunteers and they do great work. I attended the Chinook Trail Elementary Teacher Appreciation Breakfast. Yeah, last night the Timberview Middle School Band concert, and I played. Don't tell anybody, but I played saxophone in high school, and I played baritone sax, which is really hard. There's this 8th grader, Daniel Johnson, I think was his name, playing baritone sax as an 8th grader and just doing phenomenal. That jazz band, if you had closed your eyes and just listened, it sounded like a very good high school jazz band, and these are middle school kids. So I was just impressed. And then Mr. Smith, Brett Smith, started at Timberview years ago. Rock and roll is continuing there. I thought that was really cool that they had a rock band. It was a bluesy, that first one that they wrote, and then they did Hotel California. It was just a lot of fun. And then I got to see, I had to leave that concert a little bit early. I watched DCC against TCA girls soccer. TCA won. It was just superb. Coaching was the key on that. I'll just leave it at that. So, and just real briefly, I saw an article, I don't remember where, they were talking about Boston Public Schools, and they spent an average of $27,000 per pupil. We spend about 10 to 11, depending on how you count. I was just stunned. And how great of a job we do with the very limited resources that we have. Yeah, we just do a phenomenal job in this district. So when I saw 27,000, I thought, oh my goodness. So that is all I have. Without further ado, let's move on. Administration comments, Mr. Gregory.
Yes, thank you. And it's taking a while, so I have like 5 pages. I'll go through as quickly as possible, but it's all great stuff. So to begin with, 4 Academy District 20 teachers are recognized by the Colorado Springs Down Syndrome Association. They received an award plaque and a $500 scholarship after students and their families nominated them for making such a profound impact in their lives. I want to make sure I name them. Congratulations to Risa Arsenault from Air Academy High School, Shannon Riley from Woodman Roberts Elementary School, Julie Palmer, Chinook Trail Middle School, and Jen Jones from Eagleview Middle School. Colorado Springs Youth Symphony Association, so more along the music line. Several students from our high schools are being tagged as some of the top musicians in our region and state. After competing at the Colorado Springs Youth Symphony Association's Youth Guild, Rampart High School's Jasmine Matheson was awarded a $750 scholarship, and Discovery Canyon Campus High School's Theo Tillman received honorable mention. Additionally, several District 20 students have been selected to participate in the 2020 Colorado Springs Youth Symphony International Greece Tour. Students will travel to Greece this summer to engage in new cultures through music. I just want to take some time. There's several students, but I want their names to be read. These students include Aaron Ralston from Liberty, Jasmine Matheson from Rampart, Naomi Patterson from Pine Creek, Morgan Farrow from Discovery Canyon, Emily Latham from Air Academy, Lydia McConkey from Liberty, Ryan Prettyman from Pine Creek, Mateo Lechuga from Rampart, Holly Malfield from DCC, Bridget Basinger from Pine Creek, Sarah Berry from Discovery Canyon, Elise Witherow from Discovery Canyon, Timothy Vollmer from Discovery Canyon, Theo Tillman from Discovery Canyon, and Jack Turner from Discovery Canyon. So congratulations to all those students, and I hope they enjoy their summer time in Greece. Congratulations to the Discovery Canyon Campus High School's boys volleyball team for claiming a state championship at the state tournament this past weekend. This is the first year. I generally don't speak this much about state champions. We would be here a lot because we have a lot of quality programs, but this is a special one. This is the first year that this district fielded a boys volleyball team, and they set a bar that may never be matched and certainly will never be exceeded. And you'll understand why in just a minute. Not only did they finish with a 27-0 undefeated match record, so you got to know volleyball terms now, 27-0 match record, and a state championship. And oh, by the way, was the only team outside of the Denver metro area to make the tournament and then won it. So there's a little bit of pride there too, but regional pride. The team also finished the season with an undefeated set record. They're 27-0 on the season. If you know about volleyball, you have to win a certain number. You have to win 3 of 5 sets to win the match. They had an undefeated set record, which means in set, their set record was 81-0. They never lost a set the entire season. And I know Dr. Wallstrom is back there, and we were up there watching. And I got to say this, Dr. Wallstrom, just because being from Denver and competing in different areas through my high school career, this weekend included beating Cherry Creek High School twice. Just so you know. When you get a chance, you got to do it. The team is hosted at Discovery Canyon, but includes athletes from all District 20 high schools. And including 2 students from District 38. So it's a growing program, and I imagine here in the near future we'll see teams at more schools. But congratulations to these young men, coaches, and parents on an absolutely incredible very first season. Following up on something earlier, the NFL draft, I think was a couple of weeks ago, but following the NFL draft, former Pine Creek High School student athlete and University of Nebraska student athlete Jojo Doman was not drafted, but did sign a free agent contract with the Indianapolis Colts. He'll have the opportunity to live out possibly a lifelong dream to play professional football. We wish him well as he competes this summer and fall. Every year, the Colorado, if you read the Gazette, I pay attention especially this time of year to the Gazette because I look for special things in there. This is one of them. Every year, the Colorado Springs Gazette names its best and brightest graduates who excel in the classroom and are making a difference in our community. This year, 9 Academy District 20 seniors have been selected, far more than any other school district in our area. And congratulations to these 9 students from Air Academy High School: Benjamin Braun, Josh Cates, Margaret Brooks. From Pine Creek High School, Danny Cho, Hojin Han, Williams Liu. And from Discovery Canyon High School, Dashita Sharma, Shalini, I believe it's pronounced Kudinor, and Shreya Krishna, who you've all met before. But congratulations to those students in representing themselves, their school, and the school district in the Colorado Springs Best and Brightest. Regarding Betcher scholarships, congratulations to Chloe Kemp of Pine Creek High School, as she was selected from approximately 1,700 applicants in Colorado as a 2022 Betcher Scholarship awardee. Chloe is one of only 50 students to be awarded this scholarship in Colorado, and I'm sure Chloe's parents appreciate that recipients of the Betcher Scholarship are granted a 4-year full ride scholarship to any Colorado college or university. So congratulations to Chloe. And if you have younger children, that's a target to shoot for, right? It's finalists. We had several finalists. I guess Ms. Cortez doesn't know I'm going to say this, but on the eve of National School Communicators Day tomorrow, I want to recognize Allison Cortez and her team for the great work they do. On behalf of my office, I want to thank Allison and her team for the support, patience, and grace they display on a daily basis. Please know that we appreciate you. And almost lastly, under the heading of maybe this just in, this morning, the U.S. Department of Education named Danny Cho from Pine Creek High School as a U.S. Presidential Scholar. He's one of only 162 students to receive this honor across the country, and only one of 2 in Colorado. These scholars, and I quote, represent the best of America and remind us that when empowered by education, there are no limits to what our young people can achieve, end quote. Students receive an all-expense paid trip to Washington, D.C. to be presented with a medallion at a special ceremony sponsored by the White House. So very important honor for another Pine Creek student, Danny. And as was mentioned earlier from the podium, just a reminder that 'tis the time for the end of the high school spring sports season. We kind of got through the high school musical season and some of the band concerts, and now it's time for the end of the high school sports season. And I went back, and every high school in the district has a team competing for at least one sport this spring, which is, again, it's not just academics, our students excel in so many ways, and I could spend hours, as you guys know, trying to name all of these. But congratulations to everybody that I mentioned, and Mr. Valley, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. And as of about 20 minutes ago, there were 36 people online listening. Consent agenda, we need a motion to approve the following resolutions. Resolution 193-22, approval of matters relating to administrative staff licensed. Resolution 194-22, approval of matters relating to staff specialist staff. Resolution 195-22, approval of matters relating to licensed staff teachers. Resolution 196-22, approval of matters relating to licensed staff, licensed support / special services provider. Resolution 197-22, approval of matters relating to classified staff. Resolution 198-22, approval of students passing time 2022-2023. Resolution of 199-22, approval of engagement with the audit firm for financial audit of fiscal year 21-22. Resolution 22, approval of food service management contract for fiscal year 22-23. Resolution 201-22, approval of the Classical Academy Charter School contract renewal for the 2022-2023 school year. Resolution 202-22, approval of the New Summit Charter Academy school contract renewal for the 2022-2023 school year. Resolution 203-22, approval of language revision to governance process policy 4.4 board meetings. Approval of Board of Education work session minutes from April 21st, 2022, and the approval of the Board of Education regular meeting minutes from April 21st, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye.
Mr. Temby?
Aye.
Okay, I just want to say that since we just won, congratulations to you. And I don't know if Dr. Harris, I think she's left. I'm surprised you're still here, but that's okay. that since we changed GP 4.4, from going forward, public comments are now 2 minutes. So everything's the same. Public comments are now 2 minutes going forward. So just as an FYI. And there are no items pulled from consent agenda. And I guess we will take a only 5 minute break right now. What, you don't think we should? Yes, we are going to take a 5 minute break. I have it? Seriously? Oh, you took. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats, or if you're going to leave, you can leave. Not that we want you to leave, we don't. How many?
Okay, me too. Okay, bye.
Okay, board development, report of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, CBOC. Mr. Brockway, you are up.
Sure. Okay, thank you very much. I'm David Brockway, the co-facilitator of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. Our group recently met on April 27th at the bond office, both in person and on Microsoft Teams. Chris Garnhart briefs our group and leads our meetings and talked about the financial activities of the bond fund through April 15, 2022. Also at this meeting, we welcomed a new member, Leanne Lawrence. She is the Rockrimmon Elementary IB coordinator and is with our group as a teacher representative, and she's going to be great. So we'll look forward to working with Leanne. The February 15 bond fund report had a small increase of about $113,000 of encumbrances and expenditures. This was partially offset by about $10,400 of sales tax reimbursement from the city of Colorado Springs. This is a process we learned about that the bond fund folks apply for sales tax refund on building materials that were purchased through projects. And it's a pretty laborious thing, but it's good stewardship of our money. Most of the February encumbrances that we had were related to the new district pool and stadium projects at Pine Creek. For the March 15 report, the expenditures and encumbrances were higher. They were about $1.8 million, and most of that related to the new chiller and cooling system here in the EAC. It's about $1.6 million of that, and then also a new boiler at the Prairie Hills Elementary School. April 15, expenditures and encumbrances increased about $132,000 based on a door project at Encompass Heights Elementary and also some document scanning and IT work that was done. So as the $230 million bond project stands, this was voter approved in 2016. As of April 15th of this year, it's only about $20 million of work that remains. The contingency fund at this time for that $20 million of work is $3.3 million, which covers roughly 15% of that upcoming work. We believe that to be a good position to be in. Much of the upcoming work in that $20 million resides in the facilities audit category, about $3.7 million of that. Technology infrastructure comprises about $2.6 million, and additional board approved projects is about $6.4 million of that total. Chris shared with us, he keeps a report that tracks each project that was referenced in the bond language that was on the ballot and its completion. There are very few projects left. This is good, and those are the ones that are embedded within that $20 million of work that remains. But speaking to the additional board approved projects that I mentioned earlier, these are projects that were added on top of bond language projects. And these were able to be funded due to premiums that we realized when tranches 1, 2, and 3 went out on the bond issuances. The interest rate environment was favorable enough that earned a premium on those, and those premium dollars are what helped fund the $6.4 million of the 2 projects coming up, which include the transportation facility and the Mountain Ridge cafetorium. Prior to that, other additional projects that ended up that have been completed by the bond issuance premiums included the $8 million purchase and remodel that became the Village High School and $1.1 million of refresh of security equipment. So I wanted to just highlight that with our bond and the success it's had so far. Our next meeting's slated for July. It's a summer tour. It sounds like it's a shorter tour than prior years. So we'll look forward to that, and then I'll plan to brief the Board of Education soon thereafter. Thanks, and welcome any of your questions or comments.
Mr. Temby?
Just a thanks, Dave, for the oversight of you and all the other people who serve on the CBOC. And it's hard to believe that this was 2016 and we're winding it down 6 years later. But a lot's been accomplished and it's helped keep us as a very competitive district in terms of our facilities and our capabilities. So, but thanks for your oversight and work on it. Appreciate it.
Ms. Cloninger?
I just wanted to say thank you as well. From the very beginning with the bond campaign, my children still have a little twitch when they see yard signs. And it wasn't from when I was elected, it was from putting them out for the entire district for the bond. And I am so grateful for the work that has been done. So I appreciate Chris taking over and you taking over and seeing that all. It's been really great to work with you guys.
My successor, or my predecessor, was much better. So, yes.
Ms. Brockway, thank you. Mr. Garnhart, thank you. Especially, no offense, you're a volunteer, but you guys both do great work. My only comment,
Worth every penny.
yeah, I was thinking of the bond premium. Good thing we're not selling the bonds now. Not only would we not get a premium, it would be probably hard pressed to get the 230 million. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Building fund, Mr. Garnhart.
Great. Well, thank you. Good evening. Mr. Brockway, thank you for your time and effort on the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. We sure enjoy working with you. We're down to a team of 3 people to complete these projects in the building fund. And I can tell you they are focused and working hard to get the bond projects completed and drive that to an end. So I just wanted to acknowledge the people on our team. I'm going to give you a brief update of where we're at today and what's going to be happening this summer construction-wise. All right, next slide, please. One of the categories of projects, as you well know, is the facilities audit projects. Next slide, please. We've been in the process here for the last couple of weeks. We have a contractor. What are you doing, speeding ahead of me again? This happened in the DAC where the PowerPoint just kept rolling real quick. Thought they were trying to get me to talk a little faster, but anyway, I said I couldn't talk that fast. Anyway, so one of the projects that we're currently working on is the replacement of the chiller and the cooling tower here at the EAC. Those 2 pieces of equipment work in concert with one another to provide the air conditioning for this building. Right now, we have a contractor installing some piping that will provide chilled water when we take the chiller out. With a temporary chiller, they'll be trailer mounted, if you will. So they're in the process of installing some of that piping right now in that chiller room. They'll finish that up in about 2 or 3 weeks. Once they do that, they'll go away. When the equipment gets here, then we'll go full bore on the project in late fall, early winter. We don't want to take that air conditioning stuff offline in the summer and make people uncomfortable in the building. Next slide, please. Then we'll be replacing the existing boilers at Prairie Hills Elementary. These are just a picture of those boilers that'll be replaced. Contractor will start that the day after school is out, so the 25th of May, if you will. And it'll be complete before school starts in mid-August. Next slide, please. Then there's some roofs that I briefed you on in the past of roofing projects that'll be replaced at various schools this summer. 2 of them we've already actually completed. We completed 2 small sections of roof at Ranch Creek Elementary. I'd rather see some moisture, in all honesty, because it's very, very dry out there. I think the relative humidity today was 2%. That's awfully dry, but it bodes well to do roofing projects. So during spring break, we jumped in and took care of these 2 small sections at Ranch Creek. And previous to that, we did a small section at Foothills Elementary. For the remaining roof projects going on this summer, we'll be replacing some roof at Douglas Valley, Eagle View, Mountain View Elementary, Air Academy High School, Pine Creek High School, Discovery Canyon Campus. Next slide, please. You've seen this one in the past. This is the small section of roof that we replaced at Foothills Elementary. Next slide, please. And this is just a photo of the finished product where you see the standing seam metal roof that's done. Next slide, please. This view shows the two outlined areas in yellow are the two sections of roof that we replaced at Ranch Creek. They were sloped surfaces that had asphalt shingles on it that the asphalt shingles are kind of worn down. They weren't hail damaged, but they were just worn down. Next slide, please. And then these are two pictures. The one on the left is when they were tearing off the old shingles, similar to what you would see at most of your homes. And then the picture on the right is them putting the new shingles back in place, the new underlayment and the shingles back in place. Next slide, please. And then this is a picture of both sections that have been completed. Next slide, please. The next category of projects is improvements to stadium and high school grounds. So this is more of an update to what we've been doing out at the Air Academy High School Stadium. I think previously you've been presented some information where we put it in a restroom and concessions building and a ticket booth. And these were prefabricated buildings that were actually purchased from a company in Utah, shipped here on a trailer and then craned into site. So these pictures are showing those buildings being put in place. This one right here that you see is the concession and restroom building. It's kind of two sections, came in two sections pieced together on site. You can see the two overhead doors there. That's the concession area. On the other side is the restrooms. Now, these buildings come already self-contained and done. All we have to do is hook utilities up. So here's a picture of what the restroom looks like inside. It's separate from the concessions and what the concessions look like. I think somebody asked me that question at one point in time in another presentation. Next slide, please. And this is what it looks like as a finished product. So you'll see the ticket booth is the smaller one outside. Now there's a gate, so it actually creates an entrance point for that stadium. Next slide, please. And this is a picture of the interior of the ticket booth. Again, it comes all complete with a little shelf, a little heater, that kind of thing. Next slide, please. Then we get into the renovation and remodel projects. Next slide. Okay, these are some architectural renderings of the swimming pool addition at Pine Creek High School. That's being constructed on the south end outside the gymnasium. The gymnasium is the exterior wall is kind of a separation wall between the pool addition and the gymnasium. We're currently under construction on that. If you remember, at one point in time, I had indicated that we had to change the structure to a precast concrete structure. So it won't really match the existing building. If you try to do that, it'll look like a mistake. So the intent is to accent it and make it look really nice. And it will when it's all completed. Next slide, please. And these are some architectural renderings of the interior of the pool from two different angles. So you can see the diving board. You can see some bleachers in the picture on the bottom. Those are telescoping bleachers, so they'll make they'll slide in and create a lot of deck space so that the school can use that deck space for PE activities, that kind of thing. And they'll seat about 300 people or so. So that's a good thing. Again, it's an 8-lane pool with a diving board in the deep end. Next slide, please. These are some renderings of what the locker rooms will look like. So there's 2 locker rooms in the pool area. The lockers will be a kind of a plastic product, not a metal product to minimize potential for rust, that kind of thing. Just wanted to show you what they will kind of look like. They'll be pretty classy looking. They're not fancy at all. They just look nice. Next slide, please. Then these 2 pictures, the one on the left is just a picture showing the construction fence around the construction site, and kind of off in the background, you'll see the construction trailer of the contractor. Then the picture on the right is actually a sample panel of the precast wall panel. They want to make sure we approve that before they manufactured all of them in their normal size. So this will have some vertical or some horizontal reveals across it, and then there will be a coating that goes on it with different colors to make it look really nice. Next slide, please. Now we get into the fun part. So they've started some excavation out there. We have to do some over excavation of the pool area because the dirt or the fill material that was put in place there long ago wasn't put in in a controlled manner. It means it wasn't compacted in a controlled environment. So when we go to put a pool in place, we want to make sure that soil is compacted well, is at the right density, that kind of stuff to minimize any potential movement in the pool. So this is the process where they're digging out the soil, putting back in soil and some new soil to compact it to the right densities. Next slide, please. And this is just another view of that. That hole's a lot deeper today. These pictures were taken a couple weeks ago. Next slide, please. And then we're going to talk a little bit about the second district stadium at Pine Creek High School. So this is a rendering of that. Again, it's a smaller venue, about 700 seats approximately. And there will be a building that houses 2 team rooms, 2 public restrooms, and a concessions area. That's what you'll see on the right-hand side of the picture. On the left-hand side, you don't see this, but there will be the accessible entrance to that stadium, you know, for people that may need a ramp, not as steep as a slope, that kind of thing, because the grades down there, the elevations are a lot flatter, and there will be a few accessible parking spaces down near that corner, which is really located at the northeast end of the field and the track. Next slide, please. Okay, so in order to build that building, the contractor had to put some shoring in place of the fire lane that goes around the entire school, so that fire lane wouldn't fall off into the excavation. The school actually used that as a bus loop during the normal days, and we've maintained that. So in order to shore that up, that red rig that you see there is a drilling rig, and they drill some very large holes, about 24 inches in diameter, probably about 20 feet deep. They fill them with concrete and an I-beam that's in there, and then they use some wood timbers to help shore that up. And I got a couple more pictures that show that a little bit better. It's kind of cool. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is where you can see the wood timbers holding that road up. Next slide, please. The next picture is a little bit more impressive. So now off to the left in this picture, you can see that wood timber wall. That's probably about 14 feet tall, just so that you kind of have a sense of dimension. And then the holes that you see there are the excavations for the foundations for that building, which they actually poured yesterday. So we'll start to see some building going vertical there very soon. The stadium itself, the plan is right now that it'll be finished sometime in August, with the pool scheduled to be finished in the spring of 2023. Next slide, please. This is a picture of where the existing bleachers used to be that we pulled out, and there's a retaining wall that was there that we're going to use and extend it on either side to be able to put the new elevated bleachers in place to allow and accomplish more seating. That's in the existing press box that will remain there. Next slide, please. Then let's talk about the document scanning. We're in the process of that, so we're on our second department. Next slide, please. So this is just a picture of the company that came out to facilities management, picked up the documents and boxed them up. Kind of wanted to get an idea of the volume there. It was definitely more boxes of documents there than I think it was with the board documents when we did that one initially. So right now, they've inventoried all those boxes of documents, and they're in the process of scanning them. And that's quite an interesting process. I plan to, in the next few weeks, go up and visit their facility and see how they really do it. They have to take staples out of documents. They take sticky notes off documents and image them. So it's quite a process. They call that prepping the documents. It's very interesting. So I'll have some more interesting photographs in the next few building fund updates for you to see that. Next slide, please. And then this is just a list and kind of the preliminary order in which we're going to go to various departments to talk to them and get their documents ready to do scanning. We're probably talking a year and a half, maybe to 2 years to do all this. We're going to try to push it a little faster if we can as we learn more about the process. Next slide, please. And then let's talk about some additional projects. Mr. Brockway talked briefly about some of the projects that were pinned out. Next slide, please. So we have the Mountain Ridge Middle School Cafetorium. That was funded with some premiums from issuance one. So there were some dollars fenced, if you will, set aside to do that project. I have currently, we've issued a request for proposal, received some proposals from 5 different design build teams, and we're in the process of reviewing those right now. We'll probably spend a little bit of time doing some preliminary work once we award something like that to really define the scope and how much it'll cost. And sometime in the future, we'll bring that to the Board of Education for approval once we know what that looks like. The same thing is going to happen with the expansion of the transportation facility. I'm just in the process of gathering that scope of work. I'll probably issue a request for proposal probably in the next couple of weeks is my plan, but we'll go through that same process there. And then down below there are some possible other projects that may be in consideration for funding if it's available in the future. I just listed a few there that were presented probably 2 or 3 years ago to the board as kind of a straw man list of potential projects. Nothing decided on that at all at this stage in the game. Next slide, please. And this is just kind of a summary. I wanted to show you, this is the active construction work that we'll be doing this summer. I've already talked about all of those. The only one that you haven't really heard about is this library door at Encompass Heights Elementary. So as the school has began to use their facility, they found out with some of their programs, they'd like to put more people occasionally in the library than what's really allowed by code. So in order to accomplish that, we got to put a second exit in for them, which is really just another exit door out of the library to the exterior. But we got that scheduled for this summer. So that's what that's about. Next slide, please. Any questions for me?
Excuse me, Mr. Salt. Thank you. And this, it's contagious. This may not be for you. This may be more for Mr. Gregory. With the document scanning that we're doing now, what's the plan moving forward? So we're getting sort of a snapshot of everything right now and scanning that. What's the plan to keep those records digitized forward moving?
Well, we're currently, I've worked with Shelley Kuzer, our CIO, on what that may look like in the future. So we're definitely going to encourage departments as we initially meet with them to head in that direction of just digitizing their documents instead of keeping paper copies. We'll have to see how that goes with some conversations with them, but we'll have those conversations with them. I think our plan right now is to store them in a Microsoft Teams, a SharePoint library system. Some departments already use that, others it's a little new. So I have a presentation that I will sit down with each department as we meet with them and show them how that will work. And I think that'll make it very clear, and then they'll realize this is the easy way to go.
It's a much more complicated project seemingly than a construction project in some ways. When you think about millions of documents, scanning them, right, preparing them, scanning them, and then there's a quality control component, which there was that vendor is responsible for, that you scan it is actual readable. That's a component. Is it searchable? Meaning, optic recognition. Can you put in the words Board of Education as a search and it'll search all the millions of documents. There's a retention component to it. Right now, our retention is we put documents in boxes, put a destruction date on the outside, ship them to the warehouse, and they sit in the warehouse until that destruction date comes, and then we can get rid of them. This will hopefully include that destruction or disposal process electronically, which in the long run, we pay a lot of money to have documents destroyed, shredded. This is now quote unquote shredding, bits and bytes, or just essentially erasing ones and zeros, and there's no real cost to that. And then there's the, I think probably maybe going forward, the most essential process is how do you index these? So what does your electronic file cabinet look like for, when Ms. Sanders is now the principal at Rampart and she wants to find a document from years ago, how was that file stored? In what indexing system? Obviously, I mentioned the searchability piece, but sometimes you don't want a return on a search to have 1,500 documents. You'd like it narrowed down more than that. But that's why I say that it feels like, and I don't work with it every day, so don't. This is
so far everything you said is right on.
I'm speaking for Chris, but it feels like it's easier to build a school than
in my opinion,
work with these documents. So
I've sensed just the couple of departments that we have gone and talked to since our project manager that was managing that project left the district. I got the sense that people are afraid when you take their stuff away, their documents, like, well, wait a minute, I'm going to be a little lost. So we're going to try to put some comfort and ease to that and ensure them that this isn't anything new. There are smaller school districts that have already done this, and then they haven't gone back to any paper copies at all. So we're going to help that process along, and hopefully it'll work very well.
Thank you.
Ms. Cons.
So, Mr. Garnhart and Mr. Brockway, you used the word stewardship, and I just want to commend you both on, you know, the stewardship of these finances and just, you know, powering through all these projects, you know, constantly. It just is another reason to make us proud of our district, because just all these facilities and these wonderful improvements. So thanks for all your work on that. And I had a question as a mother driving around our schools sparking in my mind as you were presenting. So I have no idea if this is under your purview at all, or if anyone in this room could start to point me in the right direction. But I'm sure some of us have seen that like 4 weeks before school got out, the city decided to redo streets and sidewalks right by our schools. And it's quite dangerous and disturbing. And I just don't know if there's any coordination or way we can work with the city or county to you know, talk about timelines a little differently for the safety of our students and parents driving around.
Am I on? Okay. Thanks for the question. Yes, we do coordinate with the city. We do meet with the city. These are planned well in advance. They are funded through Project 2C, and they are doing miles and miles of projects on there. We reached out to the school yesterday. The actual posted disruption said something to the effect of May through the end of the project in June for the Summerhill area. The actual impact to the school was 1 day today for the milling, and the paving they are doing after the 24th. So the issue with Academy International, poorly communicated through the city, but I will tell you, I reached out to the city traffic manager yesterday when we found out about this. He responded within an hour, and we had a meeting with the folks, and we did this. Their intent is not to disrupt schools, but the contractor is on a pace that sometimes makes it seem like that's what they are really trying to do, and that is okay. It is resource dependent, it is materials, it's things that are pre-positioned and ordered already, and there isn't a way to change the direction and things that they do. So it comes at that time on this. But that one, yes, they milled today, and that was the disruption. People will be able to park and attend all the things. As we told the principal of the school, yes, the signs will remain in place, and they have to by code. They can't remove them and then place them again. It would take a different survey. It would add cost to the project on there. But yes, coordination happens. And I like to say we'll be better at it the next time we do this than we were the last time that we do it.
And no fault of the district. I'm,
Right.
you know,
No.
I've got my, thing, out for the city. No, I'm just kidding. But really, I'm talking about Mountain Ridge because it's been dangerous for week after week after week. And I appreciate, I'm so glad that they're so responsive to us, but it just seemed there's so many other neighborhoods not on direct streets of our D20 schools that I feel like could be started on. It's the same resources and crew, if they started on an adjacent street instead of dynamic. I was just curious about the communication and planning. I understand it's a gigantic process, but just wanted to know.
Yep, and we will, they're well aware of that, and dynamic, they're doing the whole loop on dynamic, and they just happen to hit there where parents want to park to pick up kids after athletic events and those things of how that has worked out.
Good. Well, thank you for communicating. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
letting me deflect
Thank you for
the attention.
I just had a couple real quick, and it may have been mentioned, and I apologize. So what will be the total number of handicap accessible spots that will be at the stadium at Pine Creek?
So right now, there are 2 designed in it, which will meet code requirements, but we're looking at expanding it to 4.
4 total?
Yeah, that's what we're looking
And that's, okay.
Okay.
It's not a lot, but
If we can get some more in, we'll certainly. try.
yeah,
We'll get
I don't want to step out of my lane, but okay.
I can see you're concerned about it. So we'll certainly look into it.
Yeah, and just I'm going to emphasize, you already said it, 8-lane pool, not 6.
Correct.
And just something to think about for folks. when this bond was passed in 2016, they had to figure out how much a pool would cost. And it was probably about 2015 when they actually had to figure that out. So you think about it, what's changed since then? And I believe the pool was 7 million was the plan, and it's going to cost about 12.
Yeah, we're about 12.6 for the entire project budget,
Yeah.
including design, owner's cost, and the construction of the.
Thankfully, we had that bond premium. And that's partly why we do that. It's so hard to know. How do you know in 2015 how much a pool is going to cost in 2022? Very, very difficult. But I commend the district for doing what we did. We've got the money to do it. So I think it's a great thing.
And it set the stage with construction costs. What I heard just a couple of days ago is commercial construction's pushing $550 a square foot for a commercial building. To contrast that we built Compass Heights at about $385 a square foot. So that kind of frames how construction costs are rising at this point in time.
Yeah, Mr. Temby.
Mr. LaValle, when the pool was contemplated, we were looking at commingling that with the Field of Dreams, so we would have had some economies of scale. So that's why that number is probably a little depressed versus what's reality right now, because it really is kind of a freestanding facility, just an addition to the high school at this point. So yeah, we were hoping it would be a little bit more economical.
Yeah, thank you. That's a great point. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garnhart. Appreciate it. Next on the agenda, primary textbooks for science grades 6 through 8, Rock Rimmon Elementary School, English Language Arts grades K through 5, Air Academy High School World Language French, Discovery Canyon Campus High School Mathematics, Rampart High School Mathematics. Mr. Gregory.
Yes, Dr. Field, please.
Yes, good evening. Tacey Killingsworth is on Teams this evening, and she's going to start us off. Tacey, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Awesome. Well, good evening. Thank you for having me again. It's an honor to represent the instructional materials and textbook review process for the district. As I mentioned to you earlier this year when we had our first cycle, we typically do district level reviews in the first round, which is every 5 years for each content. And then this later one in the spring is typically for school level reviews. I will say the last couple of years have been a little bit challenging in terms of being able to get folks together and meet sometimes. So some of those reviews have been extended a little bit or pushed off just because of time-wise. But this spring, we do have schools that have taken part in off-cycle reviews. And some of the reasons that a school might do an off-cycle review can include things like they might be evaluating their programming in a certain area, whether that's math or ELA, looking at their student data and seeing that maybe what they're doing right now isn't meeting the needs of their students. They might look at just upgrading to newer materials to be better aligned to standards as standards do change. So those are some of the reasons. And the school level review processes mirror exactly the district process in that they are also governed by administrative policies, IIAC, which is the Standards Implementation Review Process, and IIAC-R2, which is the selection of instructional materials. So our schools put together a team just like we do at the district, comprised of administrators, digital learning coaches, and then teachers in the area or content being reviewed. And they evaluate, they do a standards audit like we do at the district, and then they also evaluate resources using that expert panel review form. That is a part of the large packet you get to read prior to our board meetings. And as you know, that expert panel review form really evaluates resources in regards to suitability. So how user friendly is it? How readable is it? How well written? Those kinds of things. It also looks at content. So how well are these resources aligned to our Colorado academic standards or in-field standards? Is it age appropriate? What is the format and organization in terms of ease of use? It also looks at the areas of strategies. So looking for resources that really promote critical thinking, inquiry, provide assessments for our students and also offer differentiation and cross-disciplinary connections. And then finally, the 21st century skills, which really looks at collaboration, the interactive pieces of the resources, technology used, and does it promote equity, which means when we think about equity, how well can all of our learners access the resources? Does it engage them in ways that really speak to the different learning styles? Does it provide text-to-speech as a feature? Does it provide some of their resources in alternative languages if that is necessary? How well can our students with disabilities access the resource? So really just thinking about all of our students as learners and how well they can access and use the resource to promote learning. And then once they have determined which resource they want to move forward, it goes through that same review for the public to be able to make comments during a 2-week period. And you can see that quite a few folks reviewed the resources again this time. And so I'm pleased tonight to share with you, we do have one district resource, which is the OpenSciEd for middle school. It was a part of our initial science review that we started in 2021, but because OpenSciEd had not published all of its modules at that point, we wanted to make sure we reviewed all of them. And so they just finished that. So we are proposing middle school science of OpenSciEd, and tonight representing that process, I have 2 TOSs, Brian Thompson and Krista Lundberg, who supported that process. And then we have 4 resources for our schools. The first one is elementary K-5 English Language Arts, and that is the Writing Road to Reading, which is being proposed by Rockrimmon Elementary. We have high school math, Blitzer Thinking Mathematically, and this is being proposed by DCC High School, and this is the text that they will utilize when teaching the course that you approved earlier this year called Mathematics in the Modern World. And then we have MATLAB for Engineering Applications, which is being proposed by Rampart High School. And that is a text that will also be used to teach a course that you approved earlier this year called Computational Mathematics. And last but not least, we have High School World Languages proposed by Air Academy High School. Entre Cultures 1, which is a French resource for Air Academy High School. So those are the resources that we are asking you to review and consider for approval for this spring. Do you have any questions for myself or those that are here? I do want to say thank you for all of the school representatives who sat through a long board meeting so far, but also just the work that you did to review these resources and bring your teams together to ensure our students have the best resources in front of them. So thank you to our school and our district level folks in attendance tonight.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. Thank you, Tacey, and thank you to everyone who participated in these reviews. So a couple questions and a couple comments. I thought, well, first of all, I thought that it was pretty funny that most of the comments about, which one was it? I've got it right here. The Blitzer Thinking Mathematically was about how heavy the book was. Like both the community and the teachers commented about that specifically, which I thought was just kind of funny. For Megan over here, sorry, I'm using first names. With the MATLAB, are you guys doing the software application with that as well? Yeah, yes, please. Sorry. Brief pause.
On now. Yes, they are using the online MATLAB application but resource that went through our district tech to verify its validity and make sure that it was safe for our students already and applicable as a secondary resource for this.
Sure. Personally, I think it's phenomenal. I took MATLAB when I was in Auburn, and it was a great introduction to programming in addition to the mathematical application. So I thought this was fantastic that I saw it was coming to our high school. So props for that. That was great. Thank you. The other question, I guess this is really Tacey. So thank you for answering my question about the question about the promotes equity in the rubric. I just want to call out that there was actually a couple different conversations around the equity. There was one rubric that listed it as promotes gender equity, and then another one that just said promotes equity. And so if what we're talking about is equitable access, then I'm wondering if maybe we should change the phrasing in the rubric itself to actually say provides equitable access to all learners or something like that, just to make sure that it's clear what it is we're asking them to do. Because I actually noticed many of them said not applicable or left it blank. And so just trying to specify what it is we're asking them to review. So that was the only other comment that I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Any other thoughts? Go ahead, Ms. Killingsworth.
Sorry, I was just going to say thank you, Mr. Stout. We actually talked about that and the two expert panel review forms for science that were in there, and it did list the gender equity. That was a form that was used in the last process, and we continually reflect on the process and make changes as needed. And so that was one change we made, was to list it as promotes equity. But I definitely appreciate the idea of access to learning, maybe a better way to phrase that. So thank you for that feedback.
Ms. Cloninger.
I just want to say that I'm grateful to all of you for doing the work and going through and vetting all of these, because I think that's what it boils down to is that we have great teachers that provide this. And I went down and looked through the books, and I was very happy with what I saw, and I appreciate the work that you did.
Thank you. I wanted to thank all the people that reviewed. Probably 15% as many books this time as the previous time. So last time, just a lot of books, not nearly as many, and yet we had a lot of people that reviewed the textbooks, and I appreciated that. Has District 20 ever used Spalding before?
That is a good question, and I did some research and had Cindy look back, and as far back as we could tell, which went back to 1987, we did not have Spalding on our approved list in District 20.
Okay, because part of me was like, why are we approving it if it's already been used? But that's why, because it's never been used. I will say, full disclosure, my kids all went through Spalding, and I think it's a great program, curriculum. I was very happy. My daughter used it in elementary, so I was excited. The readings were, about elephants and slinkies, and I was very, very pleased to see Spalding. So overall, I like slinkies. What can I say? Anything else, board? Again, thank you all. I know you all are here for pretty late. Thank you for being here and putting up with us this long, and you are free to go whenever you want to. Thank you. And Ms. Sanders, we don't normally pick on especially brand new high school principals. Summer Institute, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, Dr. Field, please.
Yes, good evening. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Jeremy Koslak, who's going to provide you an update on Summer Institute.
See if I have the right delay time. Does that work? Okay, good evening, board. Thank you, Mr. Gregory. And I recognize I'm the one standing between now and the budget conversation, so we're going to keep it brief, focused, and narrow. Sound good? All right, if you could advance the slide, please. I'm excited to introduce and talk about Summer Institute this year. This is a long-standing tradition in D20, and it's a privilege to get to lead it. There's three major themes that we really talk about in recruiting, encouraging people to join us in the learning over the summer. One is thriving together, really a chance to learn from experts and collaborate with others. And if you could advance just really the whole slide for this one. Chance to earn credits towards a salary increment and license renewal. That's a big component for educators. And really a broad range of content for all employee groups. And that's a good feature, I think, that D20 promotes in the community. And so we get to engage all employee groups. Also, it's in at least 3 different formats. So last year, we were almost entirely virtual. This year, we're able to do a lot more in person for obvious reasons. But we're also maintaining some self-paced and virtual courses to meet educators where they are this summer to the greatest extent we can. Next slide, please. So I've shared with you some numbers for tracking, and we are refining our tracking process. And, you know, as of this morning, I've got some updates on these numbers, but you can kind of get a sense on one column shows the number of courses we offer that evolves in response to enrollment. And you'll see for this year, we start off with about 108 course offerings. When I took the data a little more than a week ago, we had 350 individuals who had registered for a course for a total of almost 1,200 total sessions. When I ran it again, even as of this morning, those numbers were closer to, we've got almost 700 now who have registered, and closer to 1,600 sessions. So the numbers have gone up a lot thanks to a surge in communication. Our communications team is getting ready to help us a bit more with that. But the numbers are lower than historical trends have indicated. I think this was somewhat predictable given unique circumstances of the year, but we're also keeping a close eye on that as well. Is this a fundamental shift or is it a minor change? Is it just a reflection of people's potential capacity being drained, people needing a break? So we're keeping a close eye on that. So those other data points, obviously each year has been a little unique over the last couple of years, including one year almost being entirely canceled in 2020. Next slide, please. And that next slide shows some historical tracking, how that data has panned out. So you can see it really came close to peaking in 2018 with educators taking a lot of credits. We're looking to get much closer to those numbers into the future, making sure we're meeting supply and demand for educators. Next slide, please. So some questions came up, and I want to, talk about, somewhat the vetting process, but also the selection of courses. And it's a very diverse mix of voices in the room to make sure we're meeting demand of what educators are asking for. We do our best to do that, but our intention is to align it to the district strategic plan and really each year looking at the strategic priorities or in years past superintendent initiatives. Also looking at the Unified Improvement Plan, our Learning Services Site Plan, and individual school site plans. So our work is focused on aligning to those goals. So we help schools in the district meet those goals. We also get lots of input from principals, teachers, classified folks, counselors, and we look at evaluations from previous years, and that determines a lot of what we offer. And this year, as has been true for the last couple of years, the interest is around a couple of big name presenters that we're bringing in that we're excited about, but also on the compliance trainings, CLDE, and some special ed required trainings. Those tend to fill up pretty quickly for us. Next slide. So the instructors that we welcome in each year are primarily D20 staff members, including some teachers from buildings that we pay a stipend to support the work. A lot of learning services and IT representatives teach these classes. We have some consultants who join us from outside, including a couple of great big name speakers who are big draws. Ken Williams is joining us this year from Solution Tree, doing great work with PLCs. That's professional learning communities. And also Thomas C. Murray is a great speaker on future ready learning that we're really excited to have both those gentlemen join us. We also have some out of district agencies who help support some work in Summer Institute as well. Next slide, please. Our funding strings have come from Title IIA and Title IV grants. That supports a big portion of this. Our learning services budget is a big funder, and also we use READAC funds for a lot of the reading courses that teachers participate in. We invest quite a bit in reading training as well. Next slide, please. So there's a range of sessions. I knew we wouldn't be able to cover all those, but you get a chance to look at some of the pieces. We're excited to have CEI come back and join us to do some work with really around belonging, continuing our work on that area. And you'll see some of the compliance-based courses with CLDE, depth of knowledge, future ready schools. There's a lot of digital integration. Folks like to take.
Jeremy, can you just CLDE for everybody?
Unpack that one. Sorry, I did the acronym even though I could read the words up there myself. Culturally and linguistically diverse education. That's the one that all most licensed staff are required to take as part of their relicensure.
Yeah, it's a state licensure requirement is the point.
And that's the one, those fill up very quickly. Those are the ones that we do a lot to try to keep them, you know, multiple chances for people to take them, around 3 times a year. So that's a set of the data. You also have in front of you, or had one on your on the dais, a copy, a catalog, because one thing we've done in the past is offer these courses for those outside of D20. Over the last couple of years, we have not, due to pandemic challenges. And so the catalog, it was really circulated internally, but we're looking to post on the external site too, so the board can access it a little easier. And what I would do is encourage you, if you find a class that you're interested in, if you just contact myself or Sharon Iverson, we can get you registered. I know, how many of you have taken a class before with this? Got a couple. If you see one of interest and it works out with your schedule, we'd love to have you join and welcome you. And next slide. And that's a link for internal purposes. That's where we guide people to it. And where our job is to make educators where it's one click, as simple as possible to register for classes. And we've heard some pretty good praise on that in terms of the website being easy access. But now you also have a hard copy of the current course proposal, but things change a little bit based on enrollment between now and when we start off, June 3rd, and it runs all the way through June 17th this year. Any questions about Summer Institute?
Mr. Temby.
Jeremy, thanks. I'm glad you mentioned the whole issue of the dynamic this year. It's going to be interesting to see the feedback from the sessions themselves. But just kind of a general sense of the entire staff, how they're feeling about this, because it is a delicate balance between pushing the programs and development and allowing people to recharge. And so I'm glad we're sensitive to it, but this is important. But it's going to be interesting to see if we get back to normal or whether this is a 2 or 3 year phenomenon where people just need the break and maybe at the expense of some other professional development. So it's a unique time and place we're in right now. So
it is, and if I might, one of the things besides folks probably being a little more exhausted than normal and potentially needing more of a break than even typical, the state also extended some of the relicensure requirements. So we went from a 5-year to a 7-year window for licensed staff. So there's multiple things kind of factoring into why the numbers might be lower, but we do want to closely monitor. We survey quite a bit, and we talk with Teacher Communication Council about trends we're seeing. So we're going to be very, intentional about following up.
Observations from the instructors would be interesting too, about what was the learning climate and all that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Cloninger?
I'm just glad that you reminded me that we could actually come, because I've wanted to do that and I wasn't able to. So listen for my my ask.
Excited for that.
Ms. Cons?
And I apologize if you said this, but related to the classes, I know there's a variety of formats. Are they all of different lengths though, or some? Okay, so some could be like an 8-hour.
That's exactly.
Okay.
Some are full day, some are half day,
Mhm.
and we also feature some mini sessions. And that's an interesting difference between this year and last year. We had a lot of virtual, almost all were virtual.
Mhm.
And so we had a lot of folks taking short, really short classes. So it actually bumped the numbers up in terms of how many classes folks could take because they were all virtual. And so it wasn't limited by physical space. This year we have a few more limitations because we can't flip rooms quite that
Oh,
quickly.
sure.
But yeah, various
Okay.
lengths, and some take them self-paced for the whole summer. Book studies are very popular right now. Our book study numbers are quite high in several of our courses, and that's exciting, including for classified and licensed both.
So even though the dates say June 3rd through 17th, there's some that are extended.
That's exactly.
Okay.
Right. So that's the portion where we do them in person.
Got it.
And then we run a variety of ones, especially our IT teams.
Sure.
And some of our book studies will run longer than
Good.
that. We are experimenting with something this year too, and it's kind of an exciting, I think, adaptation that our IT department is, we've been working very closely with them on having an August, what they're calling an IT launch. Like, what does it look like to kick off some work at the beginning of the year for those that might have some, especially for new folks, new hires that want to get used to the digital technology. So what does it look like to bookend the summer and offer some things at the beginning of the year? We don't know for sure what the interest will be like, but we're just starting to promote that.
Right. I mean, being fresh in everyone's mind, but that's what I was going to commend you for. I appreciate having this comprehensive list, because to see Intro to Schoology and team or whatever, the digital, the technology courses, I think, you know, I know a lot of teachers had that baptism by fire with it a couple years ago, but that's a lot of work on their plate. So I'm glad you're offering all that, and there's a large variety. So I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Salt.
Sorry, I'm going to ask a really dumb question here. Are the in-person ones here at the EAC or?
Almost entirely. There's
Okay.
a couple of rare exceptions. When we exceeded our space capacity, we will sometimes either look to a school or an outside entity. This year we have one at Doolittle Hall on the Air Force Academy, and that one is the one with Ken Williams, and it's kind of the kickoff. It's one of the bigger ones. And so actually we're the last outside event they're hosting at Doolittle. After this, everything, they're only doing internal academy events, no more weddings or anything like that. So we're the last one kind of grandfathered in. It's a beautiful place. We're excited about having an event there this year. So that's the exception. Almost everything else is at the EAC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kozlak. Another, I think, dumb question, but maybe not. I assume the self-paced ones are all sort of, it's a canned course you just watch?
It depends. That's a really good question, actually.
Oh, thank you.
Question a lot because there's a variety of flavors of self-paced. CLDE, the Culturally Linguistically Diverse Education series, is self-paced with a caveat. You have to stay paced with feedback with the instructor, and there's comment threads that are baked in. So it's not just go take it. There's a feedback loop. Others, like a book study, might be a little more self-sustaining. Some of the IT courses are, they develop and they're canned. There's assessments built in. You take the assessment, you move on to the next unit. So it depends.
Okay, very good.
Great question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And personally, I don't consider the numbers being down as a bad thing. I like Mr. Temby said, it is a function of where our teachers are, and I think it is what it is. Yeah, yeah.
This
All
is
right.
just a logistical piece, but and I'll just speak for myself. But what's been around for a while in this system is, I don't know what percentage, but a large percentage of our staff have to be relicensed, right? So I can just speak for myself. The last time I had to relicense myself, you have to meet, go to CD's website and do all the stuff. One thing that's nice about this program, and I don't know when this started, if it was Maureen when you were there, but there's a transcript. So all of these courses are captured, and it's when you need to get relicensed, you don't have to keep records of all the stuff. You say, Jeremy, I need my transcripts for the last 3 years, and I'm oversimplifying probably, but he or somebody in his office sends you a transcript, and it lists all the courses you've taken, and you can then use all of that or portions of that for relicensure. And it's at least when I did it, it was much easier than it was years ago when you had to collect papers in a folder and keep those papers for 5 or 6 years and then resubmit them through the mail to CDE, which was a lengthy process. You had to start your relicensure process like 12 months in advance of when you needed it. This is much cleaner, and I hope user-friendly for staff too. But it's a behind-the-scenes piece, but it's pretty tricky and appreciated.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have a good night.
Resolution 204-22, acceptance of proposed budget for fiscal year 22-23. May we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, please, Mr. Gregory.
Yes, Ms. Allen, and while she's coming, I'll just remind everybody about the resolution. It's a proposed budget. It's not the final budget. Generally speaking, yesterday was the last day of the session, so the school finance passed. So there's not a lot of changes that would happen between the proposed and the adopted, but there could be some. And we would notify you of that, or Ms. Allen would notify you that if it takes place. But the wording in the resolution is important, that the board is accepting the document. There is no approval process for a proposed document. It's just accepting it so that it's on record that essentially we're compliant with state statutes, and before the end of May, you received a proposed budget, and now it's a record that when you vote that you accepted it. So with that, Ms. Allen, Mr. Cortez, maybe, I don't know if it's a tag team or no. You'll stay back there. Ms. Allen.
Well, good evening, and for that presentation, we're really just memorializing that you received the proposed budget. Next slide, please. I'll be providing an executive summary here of some opening work about the budget timeline, and then we'll look at some expenditures and some revenue as well. One of the highlights will be me talking in depth about salary and benefits packages for next year. Next slide, please. So here are just some budget timelines, some budget process to take a look at. Next slide, please. As you know, this process starts pretty early in the year in November. We get our governor's proposed budget for the upcoming year, and we continue to work from that. One of the good news pieces is that we have had this year, we had our per pupil revenue. Tonight, as I stand here, in the last 2 years, the legislative session hadn't even closed. So last night, I don't know the exact time, but let's say it was after I went to bed, because when I went to bed, there was still nothing. This morning I woke up pretty early, and there I could see that the school. Yes, right in that window. That's right. So maybe 9:30 or so, because you know I'm a late night person till about 12. We know that there was some good movement there, so it feels good to have that data point for you, so that you can know where things stand. And I'll get into that in just a moment in a little bit more detail. Also, what we know as we look at this particular process is the check mark on this slide shows you where we are tonight. This is the proposed budget. During the next board meeting, you will go ahead and have a budget hearing where folks will be able to come as part of the board meeting and give feedback. Also tonight, one of the things that you will do, you'll accept the resolution simply to memorialize the proposed budget. But in a moment after this, you will consider a resolution to adopt our salary structures for next year, because Mr. Smart and his team will need to begin preparing contracts and other things for our staff. Then that last board meeting in June 16th, is budget adoption, because we have to have an adopted budget in place by July 1. And then certainly in November, as we discussed today at our audit committee, our auditors will come in November and give you the audited financials, present those to you. In December, I will certify the pupil count and the mill levies that we will be levying for the upcoming year. And then in January, we'll do a mid-year adjustment, which I'll talk about more in just a little bit. So that's a little bit of the overview. Next slide, please. So as we go ahead and we build our budget, one of the main pieces, obviously, that we have to look at is what are our resources, our available revenues coming in, other sources of resource that we can use to determine what are our expenditures for next year. So let's start there. Next slide, please. Now, the reason we have a mid-year budget that happens in January is because I'm sharing the adopted budget with you now. Well, we haven't even been in the fiscal year. We don't even know how many students are coming. And all of those things are outlined in this budget book. So the budget right now is built on our best assumptions or some variables that we simply don't know all the answers to. We certainly know more about our per pupil revenue now than we did this time over the last 2 years. But that's the whole purpose of us coming together for that mid-year budget. So let's take a look at each one of these variables, because each one has an impact on the resources that we have available next year. Next slide, please. Let's go ahead and start with our student enrollment. As we know, that's a critical factor because we get a revenue amount per pupil and we multiply that basically in essence times the number of students that we have. On the left part of your screen, you're going to see our enrollment for this year, and you see 2 types. You see head count and you see funded pupil count. Remember, head count, I could have 2 kids standing here who are half-time students. 2 head count, 1 funded pupil count. So that's why that funded pupil count is always going to be equal to or less than your head count. You can see if we go ahead and look at that middle row there, our current head count is 26,400. as we do our work to make projections, we're projecting a net increase of about 92 students for next year. Now, of course, any of these projections, we could have more enrollment. We're having a strong choice window, so we certainly could have more enrollment. And again, those are things that we'll look at in January. And you can see off to the right there, the head count that we are projecting for next school year. Now, the funded pupil count at the bottom, if you recall, in April, I shared the revenue assumptions. And we talked about, Becky, why would the funded pupil count pretty much be the same this year and only go up 1.7 for next year when you've predicted more students? Well, that's because next year's funded pupil count is more actual based, if you will. This year's funded pupil count, we had a dip in our enrollment. So CDE lets you average that number to kind of soften the blow, if you will, of that decline. So when we look, it doesn't look like a big increase because it's something that's a bit inflated artificially to something that's more real. Next slide, please. As we look at this slide, this looks at our per pupil revenue. And the good news is this. If you take a look at that dollar amount in that pink box, that is the number that is in our proposed budget. Guess what number last night, when I got up this morning and took a look at the School Finance Act, I reached out to CDE. I said, hey, would you please go ahead and verify our number? It's only 6 cents difference as to what's in that block there, that pink block. So that certainly felt good on that. But you can see that we have a healthy increase, about 7%, which is about $587 per student. Next slide. Now, the third variable that we look at to build our budget in terms of resource is our assessed valuation. I always like to show this each year because it shows you our top 10 taxpayers here in our school district. And what you can see is that Walmart is number one. That's the data center and 2 stores. I can tell you that myself and Holden, definitely my son, contribute to the Walmart proceeds quite a bit. And then number 2 is Ent Credit Union, and then T. Rowe Price. And you can see as we go down that list, you can also see on the left, there are some columns there that show the placement of these corporations, these businesses last year to this year, if you will. And you can see some of the fluctuations that have occurred. Next slide, please. Now, this next slide shows our assessed valuation. And if you take a look at this particular chart, if you look at the bottom, you see the collection year. Right now, we're in collection year 2022. And if you follow that number up, that's the $2.189 billion. That's the one that you saw in December already. So what we do now is we make some projections here moving forward. So our projection, and again, we project from a conservative stance. We prefer to be more conservative on our revenue and more conservative on our expenditures. So we're going to underestimate our revenue, overestimate our expenditures, and that's the theory that we use to build our budget. And so you see that the projection is a 1% decrease. So last year there was a Senate bill passed that temporarily reduces the residential assessment rate from 7.15% to 6.95. And in the budget book, Brian and I have put in the book that 6.95 is for the next 2 years. But Monday of this week, there was another Senate bill passed. So the 6.95 next year is right on. But after that, it's even going to go down a little more, 6.7 and change. We don't know exactly what will happen after that, but we think that the theory of this is that assessed values have grown so much, they're trying to provide some relief to homeowners. So what you see with some of our projections, we're projecting a modest decrease of 1% next year, and then a 2% increase and a 1%. Again, we don't know where things are going to stand, but those are the projections that we have in our budget book at this point. Next slide, please.
And I would just add, it seems like every year I know Becky referenced this quickly, but either the legislature or there's a ballot initiative or something that's continuing to adjusting assessment rates, and it makes it really hard to project, for Becky's team to project out several years when they keep changing the assessment rates. It just makes it a bit challenging.
Yes, and probably some voters are thinking it's different. Gallagher was repealed. Gallagher really drove down the residential assessment rate, so we thought it would be frozen at the 7.15 for quite some time, but we're already seeing some changes, albeit right now temporary, but we'll just watch it and see what plays out. On the slide in front of you, what you can see is not the orange box, the one off to the right. That's the levy that you certified in December. And one thing that I'd like to go ahead and point out is, as you recall, we have a levy cap in District 20, voter approved, of 60.216 mils. And you can see, based on different factors, one of which being a large increase in our assessed valuation, it was 18.9% increase. We did not need to levy the full 60.216 mils. If nothing changed and we went ahead and had our 1% decrease in our assessed valuation and had no other factors change, for example, we know that we are exploring the possibility and collecting some polling data regarding a mill levy override. If that were not to come into play, I would estimate that next year we would also be levying below the 60.216 mils, and perhaps even with a mill levy override would be below as well. But that's where we're sitting right now. Next slide, please. So if we were to go ahead and kind of put these variables together, student enrollment, the per pupil revenue, right here, assessed valuation doesn't really come into play, but we think of other types of revenue or incoming resource adjustments. For example, the special education funding that we are going to be receiving next year, an increased amount. As we look at all of this, we have about $15.1 million in available resource next year. So when we think about our needs for next year, we're stacking it up against that dollar amount. Next slide, please. Just a way that I always like to see it in these financial schedules as well. This is a schedule that shows all the way on the right, you see adopted budget, and I know this is the proposed, but that's just the language that we use. And if you look in the orange box, what you'll see is the revenue for this year is about 282.7 million, and you see the amount to the left of 265. So if you subtract those two, it's about 17.4 million. Well, we also have to give out money to our charters. Once we do that math, there's the 15.1 that we're referencing as those available resources for next year. Next slide, please. I like this slide because it just reminds me where a lot of our revenue comes from in District 20, and we can see almost 60% comes from our state equalization. That's the bucket, and we pour in our taxes, and remember the orange sand? That's the orange sand is the state part. So certainly they provide the bulk of our revenue. Next slide, please. And now we're going to move into some expenditures. And certainly the largest expenditure that we have in a school district, because we're a people business, we don't make widgets or other things, we're about people. Our largest expense by far is our salaries. So we're going to take some time to go ahead and look at these details. Next slide, please. Let's start with classified. Board, as you know, during our work session when we met in April, I shared that we are looking at and proposing to you a differentiated salary structure, meaning differentiated by job group. So what you see in front of you, let's start with classified. And I kind of have it broken up into two areas. I think about two types of staff members. One are classified staff who are with us now, and they're going to come back next year. And then also we have new classified staff who will join us next year. So let's start at the top. What we are proposing is a recurring salary increase or a wage increase for our classified staff of at least $2 per hour. Now, some are higher than that. And if we were to average it all out, it's actually a little higher than when we met with the board work session. The average now is 15.1%. And if you think about We have about 1,365 staff. 90% of those staff would have a raise of above 10%. Why would the ranges be different? Few reasons. The main reason is when you talk about a percent, it's a big factor is what you have now. So if you have a lower salary and now you add $2 or $3 to it, it's a bigger percent. If you're already making $30 an hour, then when you add in $2, it's smaller. So that's why that range is there. To give you an idea down below, we are talking about now for our new staff also taking all of our current starting wages for classified staff and again moving each one up at least $2 per hour. Some are more. Two of the job groups that we can think of right off the bat, one are special education paraprofessionals. We have had significant unfilled positions. And I will tell you for our salaries, we're competitive with other school districts. We are not competitive with In-N-Out Burger, Kneaders, Target, Xfinity, $18 an hour. Well, guess what? We're about to get competitive because this proposed salary, what's that? Yeah, as long as they all please stay at the 18, okay? Or you can decline. No. But what we're looking at is taking our special education paras who currently and are center-based. They're with our students who need the most support, our SSN, our AN is our affective needs, our CSD programs, etc. Those are the groups that those paraprofessionals are working again to support our neediest students. And currently their starting wage is between $14.50 and $14.95 per hour. We are moving that to $18. Another group that we have had difficulty in, we have almost, I think, 26 unfilled driver positions right now. Currently, their starting wage for bus drivers is $16.17. It is going to be $19.25. And so we are hoping that all of these measures are going to save bus routes from being canceled and support our students again who are in special education needing the support of these paraprofessional staff members. And you can see at the bottom of this slide the total cost, about $5.3 million. One other thing that I would just like to point out, up in the right you see that yellow kind of blue oval, and it says 2021 CPI. That's the inflation rate from 2021. That is how the state increases our per pupil revenue base. It increases by that CPI. And if you look, you say, Beck, 3.5%, no, 7% is inflation, 8%. We definitely know that, but this is done in arrears. So a year from now, when I come to you talking about the proposed budget and the PPR, we will be most likely looking at a much higher inflationary rate. So what we can see is that 3.5% compared to an average of 15.1% for our classified, we certainly know we are outpacing that amount. Next slide, please.
Like if I could add one thing real quick, just because it's different from years past, that those two, I'll just use the two examples that Ms. Allen used, the bus driver and center-based thank you. In years past, we've had to, we had to kind of compress the wage, the wage range, and we raised the floor, but didn't necessarily raise everybody in that job category, that job title, because it gets really expensive to do that. This is not doing that. This is raising the floor, but also anybody with that job title is raising that same amount. So, the analogy of rising all ships, that's what this is proposing, not compressing raising the floor and essentially leaving the ceiling, if you will. This is raising the ceiling and the floor commensurately. So everybody benefits, both new employees, those who haven't been hired yet, and existing. Thank you.
And Mr. Smart and Michael Arsenault, they really did a great job on this work to realign some things and really try to create some of that separation that Mr. Gregory was talking about. The next slide, similar to the one that you saw at the work session, shows 3 other job groups. Our teachers, our counselors are in with teachers as well. Staff specialists, examples of these staff members are accountants here at the EAC. They're typically year-round employees, and they have different roles here at the EAC, but one example would be an accountant. We have in learning services a health and wellness specialist, some of our IT folks, etc. And then we have our administrators. Now, what I'd like to point out on here as well is a differentiated salary approach for the increase. We're proposing 10% for teachers, 7.5% for staff specialists, 5% for administrators. Now, some perceive this as a value judgment, and I get that. It truly is, we value all of these groups, but we were focusing, if you look on those green bars, the green bar shows the cash yield, if you will, up against the average salary amount. And what you can see is while the percentage amounts are differentiated, because the blue bars show averages that are different, we've arrived at a salary increase that really is yielding the same average amount. And so that is what we are proposing for this year. When you look at the bottom as well, you will see the costs for all of these, 10 million for teachers, almost $500,000 for staff specialists, etc. That includes the benefits cost. But an important piece is our starting salary for teachers. That first year bachelor's degree teacher is going to move from $42,025 to $45,000. Now, I am very proud of that and the work that Cameron and his team has done. But I also want to say that that's not where we want to stop forever. We know that we want to keep working on that. We also know that these types of salary raises are unprecedented. We have not seen rates like this in the district before. But what our staff has done over these last 2 years, the challenges they have overcome, the support that they have shown their students, one another, the community, we wanted to do all we can now to say we value the work that you do and try to give the strongest salary increases that we possibly could. I want to let you know it's unlikely that this is going to be able to be replicated year after year after year. But we felt the necessity to push as hard as we could this year to recognize what folks have done and to attract people in to join us next year. Again, I just want to point out with the 3.5%, all of our job groups have percentage increases that are higher than that amount. Next slide, please. Back in March, Mr. Smart made a presentation to you called EL 2.7. One of the policy provision statements says, hey, we need to look at the wages and we need to make sure we're always in the top quartile in this geographic area. And Mr. Smart reported that out of 44 classified positions that were studied, 18 were out of compliance. If you were to adopt the salary proposal here, there would be no out of compliance. There's not an additional price tag to fix that. It would be embedded in the classified schedule that we've put together. Also, we've talked about the para contribution for employer and employee is increasing next year by 0.5%. That's about $700,000 for us. And we've also taken on an additional cost for our health benefits for next year so that we could reduce by 10% our monthly staff premiums for our staff. Next slide, please, shows just really a summary of all the main components, salary, compensation, etc. And what you can see at the very bottom left is just under $18 million is the total price tag for this. Next slide, please. Now, this slide we started last year. It's one, I like it. It kind of summarizes the whole kit and caboodle of how we're approaching the proposed budget in one slide. So at the top, the 15.1 million, okay? On the previous slide, remember I said to take a look at the bottom left, I said about 17.9 million, the numbers are down there. And if you look at salaries specifically, which is a little bit higher up in that first highlighted number, you see the 16.8. That's what it costs to make all those salary increases. But when you take a look at the next page, in that blue box, I've listed net salary compensation and benefits increase 13.8 million. Say, well, Beck, you just said it's 16.8. Remember in April, we talked about that we refined our budgeting for our salaries. And we've looked at actuals, and so we're reducing, because of different factors, our salary budget and salary and benefit budget by $3 million. So if you take the 16.8, take away 3 million, there's the 13.8. And what you see in that top blue box is you see a set of expenditures that adds up exactly to 15.1, our new resource. So it's spent with just what's in the blue box. But what we notice is it's salary and benefits, it's extra pay, it's staff health insurance, it's other staffing additions. Staff is the key word there. So for our new resource, 100% has gone to some type of staff expense. Well, we're not done. We've still got some other expenses we have to take care of, and those are in the red box below. These are our para increase, some other staffing, some contract increases, etc. And that all adds up to about $2.2 million. And in a moment, what you're going to see is that the proposed budget is projecting usage or consumption of $2 million of fund balance next year. One other piece on this is if you take a look at the bottom, just another way to reinforce that we have truly staff are the heart of our organization. We have put the heart of the new expenses into staff. So if you take a look at all the new salary expenses, out of our total new expenses, 96% going to staff in a salary, a benefit, a health benefit, a para, etc. Next slide, please. This slide is the same schedule I showed just a little bit ago. And I just want to show you that if you look at the orange box at the top, that's our beginning fund balance for next year. And if you look at the bottom, that's our projected ending fund balance. And you can see they differ by $2 million. I will remind you that already as we project, it is very possible that when we come to you in November, as we start to finish up our audit, that our beginning fund balance for next year may be higher than 27.7 million. We'll know that next year. The next slide shows you again that the people are the heart of what we do. Instruction is the heart of what we do. So that's 73% of our expenditures. The next slide shows that salaries and benefits, that's that blue and orange, 70%. Again, we're a people organization, and that's where the bulk of our expenditures lie. And finally, on the next slide, you'll just see a breakout of the expenses we have by job group. And of course, as you could see on those other pages, you know, it was over $10 million as teachers, by far the highest amount because of the number. But just gives you an idea of those pieces. We're almost coming into the home stretch. I just want to give you a few updates. This has been the general fund. We have other funds as well. Next slide. So this is an overview of the various funds that we have, and I just want to point out a few things. First, food service. One of the things that you will notice if you look at our budget next year is the source of revenue has changed quite a bit. In a typical year, we sell meals. We have some reimbursements from the federal government, but this year it's all reimbursements, very little sales, maybe some a la carte, but very minimal. Next year, we do not have free meals. And so the revenue source will go more towards, again, sale of meals as opposed to the bulk of it being reimbursements. Designated purpose grants, we're still busy. We're coming into the winding down with ESSER 1 and 2, but we're still busy with ESSER 3. We've got about $6.5 million left for ESSER 3 to spend, and we've got 2 years to do that. So we're executing those plans. Transportation, technology, cap reserve, they've been funded in the typical way they have pre-COVID. And bond redemption, we are forecasting enough money to pay our debt service payments. And as Mr. Brockway shared regarding the building fund, we're really starting to wind down and focusing on the projects at Pine Creek and some of the others that he mentioned as well. Next slide for the way ahead. So we have planned, next slide. We have planned for this evening. We always like to update our staff the evening that we present the proposed budget, and we'll see what happens with the salary resolution in just a moment. But it is our plan to update our staff this evening so that they know what's happening and that School Finance Act passed, and we won't get into the 6 cents, but we'll tell them that we're excited that the numbers are very close to what we've been planning. And again, we'll have that budget hearing on the 2nd, and we actually publish and advertise that in the newspaper as well. And then budget adoption will be scheduled for the 16th. But if you could just indulge me for one moment, I would love to take your questions. Brian Cortez and Kathy Watts are the best 2 teammates anybody could have. This is 250 pages long. And Brian, you did an outstanding job. You are thorough, you are thoughtful, and I can't thank you enough. And Kathy, I know that you're at home listening, and you're a treasure to our department as well, and you and Brian are the best, and I really appreciate both of you. So with that, thank you for indulging me. Are there any questions?
Board, Mr. Temby, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen and team. Excellent work. After doing this exercise corporately for a long time, I know a lot of sacrifice was out there from all the cabinet members and your departments. There are a lot of needs, and those are fluid and in most cases growing.
Yes.
Particularly because of inflation and that impact on our budget. So we made a commitment as a team to really put inflection on salaries and wages, and obviously this reflects it, but I just want to commend the cabinet members for being malleable in this process, because again, wish lists are large, and I know that there is departmental sacrifices. So thank you to the cabinet for your work on this also. So.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much.
Mr. Salt.
Thank you. Again, I just want to thank everyone involved in putting this together. I know it's an incredible amount of work, and as Mr. Timby said, it's a lot of sacrifice to make sure that the priorities that we talked about were realized here, and I really appreciate what you were able to accomplish with that. Inquiring minds want to know if you were 6 cents high or 6 cents low on your projections.
We were 6 cents high.
All right.
That's all right. I think
all right.
times the 25,000, we're going to be okay.
I think we want to go to Las Vegas.
That's right.
I was going to say that is quite the effort from you and your team working on all of those projections. So thank you. And also just want to commend you guys. I know we've talked about this a lot, but the stewardship that you have and the conversation we had earlier about the way that you go about the projections of, low revenue, high expense. I know I've had conversations with Mr. LaValle previously where he talks about the fact that, sometimes those budgets come in showing $2 million deficit, but because of the work that you guys do, that's never really realized, that we always end up without having to spend that. So I just want to commend you guys on your stewardship of that and really taking the district's interest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Cloninger.
I wanted to just say, of course, thank you guys. I think every time I open my mouth on one of these, Brian probably has a twitch just because he thinks more work is coming his way. which is not the fact today. But when you were on that slide and talking about the 5,000 threshold, you know, kind of across the board and keeping things like that, I appreciate the mention, but I feel like our words are powerful when there's action behind it, that our staff does not feel like it is a feeling of how they are liked or appreciated based on that percentage. And I have heard several comments from different ones that want to express their thoughts to me. And I appreciate the sentiment of where we were going with the teachers. I know that I sounded like I was unhappy last time. I will say my biggest issue is that we go late into the night and then I have no filter. But I do appreciate what we're trying to do for teachers, especially coming off of the past couple of years that we have done. And like you said, it's never been done before. So I appreciate that effort for sure. And I just hope that we can let especially our administrators recognize that they are valued, and I just appreciate you mentioning that.
Ms. Cons?
At the risk of just being a love fest, you know, when I was reviewing, you know, your report the last few days, zero questions because of the exceptional way you continue to educate us and present, you know, all of these, you know, amazing tiny details. And it's this work, this 200-page document year after year is just, obviously we can see it's a huge undertaking, and we appreciate all the intelligence and hard work of everyone, and for, you know, this entire district of putting the emphasis on salaries this time. You know, in other industries and private sectors, all of these percentages are very high, and I'm excited that we're doing that, and I understand it cannot be replicated every year. I hope everyone understands that that's, you know, nationwide. It's above and beyond. So I'm proud of all of our staff that gets to receive these benefits, well deserved, but you guys, you know, the kudos to you and the thanks to you is very well deserved. So thanks. Yeah.
Thank you. I know it's late. I know we're weary. Your plans don't include me, but I do have a number of comments that I want to make, and if you, I don't know if I have any questions, but this is leadership. That man over there basically said, we're going to take half the pay raise that this teachers are. And I applaud you for that. I said it before, but it was a working session. That's, and you as well, and all of you guys and gals. That is a big sacrifice, and that really shows leadership, that you're saying, look, we value, we know what the teachers have gone through. That is a huge thing. Yes, you're getting about the same number dollar-wise of a raise, and you deserve that raise. Frankly, you deserve more, but you're willing to sacrifice, and I just think that really speaks a lot to this district, and I just really applaud that. I remember in years past, we would get, say, a 4% increase in per pupil revenue, and we would give a 3% raise to staff, and the answer would be, well, wait a minute, we should be able to get a 4% raise. It's like, no, there's so many other things that go in it. We can't do that. We can't give a 4% raise if our PPR goes up 4%. What did we do this year? What are we proposing this year? 7% increase in per pupil revenue and a 10% raise. We've flipped it. I mean, we actually did what we couldn't do before. Why are we doing that? Because we're really pushing, if you will. And I think everybody needs to understand that this is, I don't want to say this cannot happen again, but this is a real push to say we really value our employees. A lot of priorities are not happening. I'm not saying academic instruction is being jeopardized, because it's not, but we are really emphasizing pay raises. And I think that's really important for everybody to understand that we are really stretching here. That $3 million typically we end up, we sort of grossly underestimate. We assume every single position is going to be filled completely and every teacher is filled. Well, this year we're said, we're going to pull 3 million out of that because we know it isn't the case. So this 2 million is going to be more accurate. We're not going to, I don't think, I'd love it if you could find another 5 million at the mid-year budget.
We'll try, but.
Yeah, but it's not likely. It's much less likely. So we shouldn't get our hopes up that we're going to all of a sudden come up with all this extra money because we've already built that in the budget, which I think is good because it's more accurate. Because every year we end up, golly, we're almost too worst case, if you will. But I just think that's really important for people to understand that we are giving more of a raise, and it is really, don't expect this next year. I'm not being a doomsayer, but we are really pushing this year, putting a lot of things off, like building maintenance. You heard all the things that need to be done and that are not being done. So I just wanted to say that. And 10% of our costs were admin. That's pretty low. You hear all these complaints that districts, they're so fat on admin. The admin budget just keeps getting bigger and bigger. I really feel like this district does a really good job of keeping our admin budget. You have to have admin. We simply can't get away with it. But my 4.5 years on this board, I've been very impressed with what we try to do to minimize our administrative budget. And I look at it and I go, yeah, we're doing really well. So my hat's off to you, Mr. Gregory as well, and for all the cabinet and others, Mr. Cortez and all those. This is a push. It really is. And one last thing I want to emphasize: the extra money that you've been paying in property taxes, it goes to the state. It doesn't necessarily go to District 20. You see a 10% increase in your property taxes. You go, you guys are already getting all that money. No, it's the bucket thing. It goes to the state, and the state doesn't have to put as much back in, as much sand. So I want to say that. And I do have one other thing, and this is completely off the wall, but I thought about this. We have 20 plus people listening with and watching with our brand new system. Would you send an email? You can send it to the board. You can send it to Ms. Mattson. Just send us an email saying it's working, it's not working, it's great. I wish this were bigger, this were small. I'm not saying we're going to be able to change anything, but it'd be nice to know how the people that are listening remotely are seeing and hearing what's going on. So feel free to critique us. I hope that's okay, because I think that's important that we get some feedback. Anything else, board? Did you? Oh, did you? Yeah, Mr. Salt.
I was just saying, let's get roll. Let's get going.
Yes. We already had a motion. We had the discussion. Roll call, please.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye.
Mr. Temby?
Aye.
All right. Next one, Resolution 205-22, approval of salaries for fiscal year 22-23. May we have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, please, Mr. Gregory.
Miss Allen, please. I don't think there's a lot to say anymore, but
There's not much to say. This now, different from the last one, this would actually be approving the salary structures that you saw so we could move forward.
Board, any other further discussion? We already had it.
Mr. LaValle, I will say, just point out why two different, why is this? We just approved the budget. Why are we now talking about salaries when we just did it? That really, it's a statute directs the boards of education to approve salaries. So this is a specific approval that only gets at the salary components. That's why it's broken out separately and not embedded in the budget.
Very good. Thank you. Roll call.
Mrs. Cloninger?
Aye.
Mrs. Cons?
Aye.
Mr. LaValle?
Aye.
Mr. Salt?
Aye.
Mr. Temby?
Aye.
Okay, very good. Legislative updates. Mr. Gregory?
Yes. Ms. Thompson, please. And while she's making her way up, I'll say that I believe Ms. Allison is hitting send on an email to all staff right now, so they know.
Well, thank you. That's a really tough presentation to follow, and great job on the budget team. That's always a really heavy lift. So I'm here tonight to give you the final legislative update. As you are aware that last night at midnight, or maybe I should say this morning at midnight, I don't know how that works, but anyways, at the end of the day of May 11th, the Colorado legislature adjourned, And I'm here to update you with what came out finalized from the legislative session. So throughout this session that commenced back on January 12th, gave you an update in January and February, March, April, and now tonight I get to share with you where we are and what we get to adjust to. So I guess I will start with House Bill. The first House Bill that I want to talk about is one that we haven't talked about previously. It's House Bill 1029, and I believe that's on your first page there of your handout. And this House Bill is a contribution to PERA, Public Employees Retirement Association. As you may recall, in 2020, in the midst of COVID, the state withheld a payment to PERA. And so what this particular bill sought to address was how that was going to be made up, how that 2020 payment to the PERA pension. And that's important to us because we're all PERA employees. So with just hours left in our legislative session, our lawmakers gave final approval to this bill that will make up the state's missed 2020 payment, and that's $225 million to PERA. That's pretty important for our retirement pension and keeping that up to its commitments. This is one of 4 PERA bills that were presented in this session, but I'm sorry, Mr. Timby?
No, I was just going to say, for perspective's sake, the short funding of PERA is in the $30 billion range, correct?
Correct.
So 225 million is helpful, but we still have a PERA crisis in the
It's
state of
moving
Colorado.
in the right direction, I will say.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what their, how it's going to go this year, how much money they're going to earn. It's going to be negative, I think.
We're going to remain optimistic. I will speak for myself. The next bill that I'd like to talk about is on the next page. It's 1052. We've talked about this. This is promoting crisis services to our students. This was the bill that seeks to, on the backside of student IDs, include the 24-hour telephone crisis service center hotline number. Right now, we currently have Safe to Tell, and the way that this bill came through the amendments and was finally finalized, it's on its way to the governor now, includes both Safe to Tell and the 24-hour telephone crisis hotline number. So students will have access to both of those right there on the back of their student IDs going forward.
Ms. Thompson,
Certainly.
is this going to, do current existing students get grandfathered into this, or will we have to reissue all IDs?
We reissue IDs at least at the secondary level on an annual basis anyways. And so, yeah, it will be updated with the issuance of the new IDs this year.
Thank you.
Sure. The next bill that I wanted to talk about is 1057, and this is another PERA bill. And this particular bill, under current law, our PERA retirees are limited on how many days they can work after retirement without experiencing a reduction to their benefit. This particular bill temporarily waives those limits for qualified service retirees working as substitute teachers in our districts while there's critical substitute teacher shortages. This particular bill was passed. The governor signed it back in March. It is scheduled to be repealed July 1st of 2023. So it gives us a temporary buffer for bringing our retired teachers back into service. So we'll see if that helps. We hope it will. We hope that it accomplishes what it sets out to do. House Bill 1060, just one line down. This is a bill that directly impacts our school boards. It limits contributions that a school district director candidate can receive through campaign finance. And so you'll see back in April, the governor signed that, and really, in summary, it puts limitations on the maximum contribution from an individual to be $2,500, and the maximum contribution from a small donor committee is $25,000. The campaign reporting and finance still stays intact according to statute as it stood before, but this sets some new limitations. House Bill 1087 is the other para bill. I won't really talk too much about it, but I do want to talk about 1101 because that's also a para bill. This particular bill, 1101, like House Bill 1057, seeks to help ease our staffing shortages and loosen those para restrictions and limitations on our retirees. So this particular bill expands the current scheduled repeal for July 1st of 2023 that allows para service retirees to work full-time as a teacher, a bus driver, a food service cook, without a reduction in benefits in a rural district, so long as they're experiencing shortages in those areas. And it adds also to those categories school nurses and paraprofessionals to that list of eligible employees. So that's hopefully going to provide some relief for our rural districts that really struggle to get positions and vacancies filled. 1126, if you don't mind scrolling. 1126 is the eligible educator classroom expense tax credit. We talked about that throughout our updates. And what that bill was proposing was $500 tax credit for our teachers and paraprofessionals that can, on their state income tax return, that they could claim a tax credit up to $500 for the next 5 years, starting in tax year 2022. However, this particular bill unfortunately appears to have died on the clock. It did not make it through the process. It was introduced, it was stuck in committee, and it didn't make it through. The next bill is House Bill 1280. This is a little bit further down. And I'm just sharing this because it's relevant to our community. But Pikes Peak Community College sought to change their name to Pikes Peak State College, and that was approved. So just sharing that with our community. The next one is House Bill 1376. 1376, supportive learning environments for K-12 students. This particular bill is really our 2022 school discipline reform bill. I think we've heard over and over the concerns that are raised around keeping our students safe, our classroom environments, our learning environments safe. And so this particular bill is really important to that. But I also think that we have to also consider and weigh against that, that inclusion of our students, especially our students with disabilities, is paramount to providing rich learning experiences for all students in our district. Our discipline zero tolerance policies in Colorado were repealed back in 2012, where it was essentially 3 strikes and you may be expelled and excluded from school. That we found didn't work well for our kids in Colorado. And so this particular bill is, again, a school discipline reform bill, and it modifies our state laws related to school discipline around the use of restraint, seclusion. It's going to increase the amount of data that we have to report, as well as what CDE has to make publicly available starting in 2024. And then it also addresses the role of school resource officers as well. And within this bill, it also increases funding for at-risk student services grant. We call them the EARS grant. And so It's really aiming to create more supportive school environment for students through transparency in our discipline practices and how they affect students of color, students from low income families, and those with disabilities, and by encouraging better approaches. So this particular bill, we'll be doing some work around policy and updates, as well as our reporting and just being transparent with how we report our school discipline case by case and disaggregated groups. House Bill 13, so that one passed. It's headed to the governor. House Bill 1390 is our Public School Finance Act. Ms. Allen just provided the update to you there. In 2022-23, our per pupil funding was increased by $252.88 statewide. So that reflects the 3.5% inflation rate that she was speaking about, and it sets basic floor funding at $7,478.16 per student. So statewide, across all districts, that's about $8.4 billion that our state has allocated to public schools for 22-23. And then House Bill 1414. We previously spoke about Senate Bill 2287, and the title of Senate Bill 2287 is Healthy Meals for All Public School Students. And that particular Senate bill that we spoke about previously has been postponed indefinitely, but you'll notice this particular House bill is named precisely the same, Healthy Meals for All Public School Students. And so what you'll see is that there will be a ballot measure. So this particular Healthy Meals legislation will be conditioned upon the approval of the ballot measure in November of 2022 to create healthy school meals for all program and provide reimbursements for free meals to students and offer other purchasing grants for our districts as well. And it also seeks to increase the wages for our food service workers, and then would require that the state apply to participate in a federal direct certification demonstration project that's attached to Medicaid certification. Yes, sir.
So the ballot measure that would be voted on, is that a timeline? Is it over a 2-year or 3-year, or does it create a program that's just going to fund these meals indefinitely?
Well, there is a process for that. Let me pull out.
It was spoken to earlier in public comment. It's a tax increase to those over $300,000 a year. And that would fund it in a recurring way then.
Okay, that was the question. Was,
So that
was
would
this
be
a
the
short
funding
term or
source.
was it a long? Okay, thank you.
I have never seen like a sunset date on it, but it's still fairly early too. But I know the funding source was I think it was 300,000. So I guess you'd call it an income kind of tax.
In the last update I provided, I explained that the fiscal note, the legislative council staff said, this is really hard to predict because we don't really know what rebates will actualize through the federal programs. And so when you look at the fiscal note on that particular bill, the first year, 22-23, would be the planning year, but then the rollout year of 23-24, the fiscal note is estimating a cost of up to $115 million to the state.
Do we know what the percent increase of those, the tax to rich, how much that is? Like, I mean, right now it's 4.5%. For those making over 300,000, do we know is it an extra 1%? Is it an extra 5%? Do we have any idea?
It's a change in the deduction. So currently there's a cap on the deduction for over 300,000. Single filers 30,000, dual filers 60,000. So they're going to lower that so that the deductions that they can take are going to be less. The cap's going to go down lower.
Right, it builds back in some of the federal deductions into state income. Thank you, Mrs. Allen. So we will see that on the ballot. Senate Bill 171. This is a bill that I believe we talked about perhaps in February or March, but this particular bill was sent to the governor just 2 days ago. And what this particular bill, it's titled Privacy Protections for Educators, but this is relevant. It adds educators to the list of protected persons whose personal information cannot be posted on the internet if the dissemination of that personal information would pose imminent and serious threat to the protected person's safety or the safety of their family. And so under current law, posting a protected person's information is information online is considered a Class 1 misdemeanor. In addition, current law allows a protected person to submit a written request to the state or local government official to request removal of their information that is currently available on the internet. And this bill also adds that an educator's specific date of absence from work to the definition of personnel file under the Colorado Open Records Act. So this is on its way to the governor. We expect that this will be signed, and so that's going to be protected information going forward for our educators. And that's pretty much it. That's the highlights that I've shared with you. Are there any questions I could answer?
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Okay. Almost done. Nicole, I'm going to go first names here. Happy birthday. Your birthday is May 17th. Tom Gregory's birthday is May 18th. And Rich Payne, his birthday was, where's Rich? I think he's at. So his birthday was April 29th, and we missed it. We apologize, but happy birthday to all of you. Was our business this evening focused on activities that promote and honor our mission statement, our belief statements, and our global end statement that reminds us that all students will have the knowledge, skills, and character necessary for successful transition to the next level, and upon graduation will be fully prepared for success? This meeting's adjourned.